It's a little too cheesy. Right. Whoa. That's a very sparkly Polish flag. That's funny. I posted an announcement in the Discord server that we were live, and then some of the React emotes, one of them is a Polish flag, but it'll like jump up and sparkle and stuff, and it's exciting. Hello there, RobynButterfly. We are on stream now. RobynButterfly, you're free to not, stay muted or whatever if you're not comfortable talking on stream or anything like that. We're happy to have you anyway. But RobynButterfly is one of our 2 VOD reviewees for today. Then our other one, thatgreyhat, hasn't responded yet, which is probably more my fault than anybody else's, because I forgot to send out the reminders this week. But RobynButterfly's here at least, so that's at least one person. We weren't completely unsuccessful. So welcome. And also, hello Devi, and Devi, feel free to hop in whenever you'd like. And hello Cassonic, and Mr. Anonymous the Goat, and Nexlation, and Simmer, and Stephen B, and Gigamoon, and Chaluna, and is a cool word. It kind of is. And Life Steals PM Fan, and Sploon Toon, and Grayson, and Splatmyth, and Sleepy Nairu, and Alchemy, and Teacup Toot, and Half Elf, and River Minnick, and Isaac, and Somebody Likes Bacon, and Mr. Dale, and Scrooch, and Get Cool, and Grayson, and Blue Boy LMAO, and Blue, and Ceiling Talks, and Kiko Burb, and Juicy, and J.R. Hyde, and Whistlewind Wolf, and Ike the Beastest, and Igor, and Original Hawk, and Cha. Hello. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, everyone. We are here on this fine day to play us some Squid games. Squidio games. We're gaming with squids. Some kind of alarm that's been going off in somebody else's apartment someplace. So apologies if you can hear that. It's definitely making Romeo's ears perk up. I don't think I can change my pool. I don't know if I can change the pool from Is this a big enough?
The pool.
I'm getting distracted here. There we go. Okay, so Dash is going to be our official... Oh, wait, no, this is... Huh? Oh, I've got the Kit and Conga line now. Okay, well, this is fine, too. Okay, so I am working currently on the pool name, Oh, contains a character that cannot be used.
Oh, I see. You have the background of Dash's picture, but the Congo line on top of Dash's picture.
Correct, because Dash's picture is the one that's resized so that it fills the whole screen, and doesn't give away the pool name to those who would seek to misuse it.
I see.
The devious, dastardly squids who would try to invade. Okay. We can now remove the cats. They have done their duty. I am going to message the information to Robin. And then I'm going to get the password to Devi. And I'll send all of that information to that gray hat. There's Devi.
There's me.
And hello, Abyss, and hello, Calliope. And hello, Wavman. And Orange Kirby. I did say your name, Steven. And I also said it a second time. You tricked me. And hello, Skogvetter. And hello, Ty. Shoutouts to Chocolate Milk, the drink of kings.
Indeed. It's literally like the only kind of milk I can actually drink.
Jem, have you seen the Progresso cheese tortellini in garden vegetable tomato soup? Cheese tortellini is the absolute worst instance of tortellini in anything I've ever had. That is no exaggeration. I have never had tortellini that I enjoyed less than in Progresso soup. Do not recommend. Garden vegetable is fine. Plain tomato is boring. Needs more to it. There's your additions to the tier list. I'm sad to see the cats go, but they deserve a break after working so hard. I agree.
Hi, Ty.
I just tell it like it is. I just tell it like it is. Pink milk? That would be like strawberry milk. Nesquik does that. Has since I was a wee lad.
I know that definitely still exists. There's a couple other brands that do strawberry milk.
You make a soup alignment chart?
Why do we
Like,
need more soup
like the
charts?
D&D alignment chart? Pink milk, not strawberry milk? Oh, okay. So it's just tainted. I see, I see. Yeah, don't drink that. RobynButterfly is typing. So I'm waiting to see what's coming up there. Are you eating in class, Squid School? Yes, I'm the teacher. I do what I want.
The one class where you can actually eat in class. I know there's actually some teachers who actually allow that in other places, but it's very rare.
RobynButterfly made a very good point. They said, I'm in the pool, but I can't see the room. Which makes a lot of sense, considering I had not pressed the Y button, so.
I still got the confirmation that was in the pool.
I'm turning on the air conditioner because it's 80 degrees. This...
Oh my gosh, I got to do that today, and I'm like Please let it stay like this.
This is noteworthy because up until this point, it has been in the 20s. It was in the 20s until like 3 days ago, and that was when it finally broke above freezing, and it is lovely. All right, so Robin made it in, and it was totally my fault that they couldn't in the first place. So we're in good shape here. We're in good shape. That Grey Hat has not responded, and it looks like they're offline on Discord at the moment, so we might just kind of lobby up with our group of 3 here, unless, like, Jamie's available or something. I haven't seen Jamie yet, but...
I haven't seen Jamie yet either.
Yeah. I don't know if we've got Kitty or Sylphie or someone in here, but...
I haven't seen them either. If one of them shows...
You never know. Sometimes you say their name and they're like, I've been summoned? Hello? So, we'll stick to this for now. What am I wearing? Wearing those things.
What you're supposed to wear? What you usually wear? I don't know. It's still fancy.
Spring came and kicked the door down. Yep. They're like, what's up? It's me. It's going to go back down to freezing at some point before this all settles out, but we'll enjoy it while it lasts.
Not. I'm enjoying not having to scrape ice off my windows every morning.
More importantly, who are you wearing? I see. We're very fancy around these parts.
I don't actually know what FLC's opinion on Ninja Squid Ballpoint is. That's the first I've heard of it.
I have not heard of Ninja Squid Ballpoint.
That seems interesting.
I, as a kind of standard thing, do not worry myself too much with gear builds. I personally don't find them to be the most impactful thing in matches. Like, Ninja Squid is definitely one of the more important ones to think about. That's the one where you really do kind of feel its impact in the game. But as far as what to wear, I always just default to whatever is on sendu.inc/builds. So, whenever any... In fact, I think I even have a command.
Funny, just hearing Ninja Squid Ballpoint just immediately thinks flatling criminal ideas.
Yeah. So, there you go. Okay.
The Heavy has Object Shredder, but I think they've got Pop.
Brush dropped right. They're coming at me. On the wall in the corner. Nice. Okay. Don't go too far in. There's a Heavy watching.
Rainmaker just kind of...
Appreciate them for picking that up.
Okay, so their Heavy is up on this top
Brush
right
is flanking.
here. Oh, Brush is flanking. Go away. I got it, but Heavy got me in return.
They coming left. They're coming left.
No, they went left. I was about to say no, and then I realized, nope, that's left. Okay, Brush is down. The other... Oh, ballpoint.
That's
there we
two.
go. Oh, one's in the middle.
One pushing right, got him.
Yeah, you got him. I think there's one in the back left, Heavy.
Yeah, I hit him.
Oh, I got
they're down.
him. I've got Inkjet. I'm gonna
Two more, they're
stand.
spine.
Oh, well. I'm gonna be a pest on this side. See if anyone chases me.
Yeah, if we can get the pop, take it left.
Well, there's a junior by me, and I can't seem to hit it. Oh, that's not a junior, but... Well, I've got 3 by me.
And they didn't stop me from dunking, so we're good.
Well, I got 1.5, and I'm alive. Oh, there's a Brush behind me. I deleted it, but it also deleted me. Should be just the ones behind the Rainmaker.
We're only 2 up.
Gonna come around. Watch the drop in front of you there.
Yeah. Oh my god, I missed so many shots.
I got Blob.
Nice.
Rob, okay, the rest of us are all by me. I died to a bomb somehow. I don't know where it was. They're
Got two.
all. The rest of them on the right. There we go.
There we go. That's a wipe. Good stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna pop this and just clean up. I'm gonna assume one of the other two are gonna take it because the heavy has the entire time.
Grabbing.
Heavy's down. Oh, brush behind us. I didn't see the flank.
Nice.
Oh, they grabbed it. I'm gonna be in the way.
Got the blob.
Okay, they got a few more points, but I stopped it. I'll have Inkjet about 3 seconds.
Heavy down. Brush
Brush
weak
on the
on
right, blob on spine. Got blob. Woo!
Got one.
Nice.
Brush on right still.
One above you on the left. Oh, okay.
I think that's just a sprinkler, yeah.
I'm doing
It
a funny,
pops.
and okay. I traded with the ball. What? No.
Grabbing.
Blob. That's the word. I'm the ball point.
Got the junior.
This their
Take it left. Take it left. There's
I don't have
another
it.
one dropping in from right.
Who has it? Our heavy has it.
Brush weak.
Blob's behind it. Blob's behind it. 3 on the grates. Oh,
Ah.
heavy's one. Ah. It's just me.
Yeah, it's just you.
That's a zip caster. I didn't trade with it. They're weak though.
Nice job,
So
Robin.
on our checkpoint.
Yep. Got him. Heavy weak.
Brush is behind Rainmaker.
Good stuff.
Brush fled back to mid. You can see it.
Yep. Crabbing. You can get it over to the left now.
Oh, there's one behind the rain again.
Junior.
Okay, we got that one. Blob got me. Okay, protect the backside of the Rainmaker. The brush is flanked every time we
down.
take Rainmaker left. Three on the top left.
Brush on
Brush
the
is gonna
grate.
drop.
I'm marked. I've got it
Oh,
back
that's
up.
a heavy. Heavy got me. I missed the aim. They're gonna try and hold
Traded.
it big.
Oh no, didn't trade.
They're-
You got me on right.
They're holding it on their
Good
grate.
job, Robin.
I cannot get past this blob for some reason.
Yeah, I'm down.
That's it.
AC, indeed. Sorry if it's...
Oh.
Is it, like, annoyingly loud, the air conditioner?
I don't hear it over Discord, but stream would probably hears different.
I'm gonna just... Don't say anything for a second. I'm gonna check the white noise that's coming in when I have it on versus when I have it off. Okay, yeah, that's like 15 decibels. Ugh. Just white noise, okay. Glad to hear you don't mind.
Chat. Jamie's in chat.
Hey, Jamie, you want to join us? Yes,
After
we do
this
need a
game?
floor. Well, yeah, I guess after this game, because we already matched up again.
You know what'd be hilarious is if the heavy played, like the heavy, his name is Imposter, I would have laughed if they were going frontline mode. Like 100% laughed, but they're playing traditional, so...
Oh, it says a real Snipe Rider 5H user. And then it's Imposter because they're playing the heavy.
Oh, that's funny. There we go. Okay, Respawn Punisher Bucket, Slusher. There are 3 buckets.
Oh.
I don't think we get pop. Yeah.
Nope, but we do get picks, maybe. I hit 2 of them.
Here's some paint for you.
I got the rain.
There you go.
Blob's on the bunk. Oh, Blob's going on
Yeah,
the
Blob
backside of
over the
bunk. I
top.
hit their feet. I hit their feet. There we go.
There,
I
that's...
love being able to poke their
that.
toes.
Left side
Saving
should
shit.
be clear now that I get this player.
I got a.
Yep,
I
it's
did
clear.
a. I
Take
did
a
a
left.
peekaboo. There's one more over the rear, the elbow.
Got one.
I can't think of words today.
Taking it and running it.
Okay, they're gonna be over the elbow shortly. Oh, I'm gonna paint for you. I'm trying.
Good try, good try. That's a solid push right there.
Oh, I couldn't splat them though. I did try. Oh, lob. And probably a bucket that I don't want to be here for.
Got one of the buckets. I'm probably down to the other one if they swing at me at all, which they didn't.
I forgot. Oh my god. I did the #1 inkjet mistake. Don't inkjet on crates.
I'm just gonna spawn camp a little bit.
Yeah, you do that.
Okay, we're good.
Oh, that's
we're
a
good.
rain
We're fine.
cloud.
Nobody
You
saw
got
that.
this.
See, nobody saw that.
They're taking it up to the bunk.
Yeah, there's one on their bunker.
I'm painting their feet. Oh, there's a brush in my face. Never mind. I just
Well,
got
that's 3 down,
one and
so
a
I'm
half.
just using this to pop the Rainmaker shield now.
Okay, well, I'll grab it and take it over the jump if you can guard that. Oh, never mind. I'm still gonna take it over jump because they dropped on the left there.
Alright, they finally got me out of street.
Oh, I got one. Brush is still there where I oust, and another one on the wall.
Nice job, Robin.
Let's go. Okay, I can actually jump into this. Let's go.
Got several.
Okay, well.
Well, that didn't work.
The thing pushed me off! It popped in and the Rainmaker barrier pushed me off! Someone needs to grab it!
Well, that's unfortunate.
Well, I'm back and I can't get it!
Gonna be one of those high KA games, it's looking like.
I see that. Do you know whereabouts are they at? Oh, brush is on the left.
I've got the blob over here in just a second.
The brush is in my way!
Okay, maybe not.
I got it! I got 2 apparently. Blob on the left. Oh, it's a blob!
Blob down. Oh no. I've made a mistake. I'm down to the brush.
Alright, well, time to paint their toes. They're trying to take it over grade again. I don't know why, but they are. But I got 2 of them.
Man, you keep doing that right when I pop Crab Tank. Stop killing them so fast.
I mean, I'm a ballpoint on grades. What do you expect?
Let me be the ballpoint on grades.
You be the ballpoint on the spawn mast of their side. Then they won't want to deal with you.
Blob down.
Try down. I have
Brush
8
weak on their bunker. Got him.
You wanna grab that, Robin? I think you can hear callouts from us. Thank you. I'll try and guard you.
Crabbing.
I got him. You can come up to the left now. There's gonna be a blob on your left, Robin. Keep moving forward. I got it. Alright, I think you kinda got a free shot there. Brush will be in front.
Nope, they won't.
Oh, I'm gonna die to rain.
Good try, good try. See if we can get that pop.
It's just
We're not gonna
you
get
and
the pop.
Imposter.
It's
Oh,
only
I
99 to
spotted
1.
Somebody with the fizzy bomb.
Alright, go for the KO, go for the KO.
I mean, we could.
This is not good praxis, by the way.
No.
Holy.
I think Jim did bully that game, in all honesty.
Alright, make sure to click stop. The try
Oh, yeah,
the try
somehow-
teleported up a ledge. They ledge glitched.
I
That happens.
did not expect to get the overall splatter badge. How did I get this badge?
You overall splatted.
Yeah, but Jim was just spawn camping. What was your KA, Gem?
17.
Oh, how? Okay, I got 21 somehow. I did not feel like I got 21. I'm gonna be honest. Especially after my couple mishaps of fucking with inkjet on grates and having the rainmaker barrier put me into the drink.
Here is Kitten. It'll be same password.
I'll send it to Jamie.
Thank you.
Maybe some screen switching.
Oh, that gray hat responded. We'll be home in a few minutes, driving home from somewhere. Okay. So we'll want to watch out for them in the Squid School chat. Invite is going out to the group now, or to the pool. That's the word. And I'm gonna go and get a drink.
Felt like more of a bodyguard when I told Robin to pick up the Rainmaker, and I'm like, okay, there's a try in front of you, I'm just gonna inkjet and hope I get it, and I got that. There was a ballpoint to your left, and I'm just like, or not a ballpoint, a blob, and I'm just like, I'm gonna try and get that too, and it worked out well. I went full on Rainmaker bodyguard mode.
Sorry about that, I got a phone call.
That's okay. You should have the password, and everybody's in the room, and right now... Okay, never mind, Jeff's back.
Okay.
There we go.
I thought this was a cat food ad when I first entered this stream.
What?
I do, so those of you who've been around for a while will know the alarm that plays when it's time for me to feed my cat is the Meow Mix song.
Oh, yeah. Although, a lot of times, what is it? What is it? There haven't been too many times where you've streamed that late, have you? I know there was before, but...
What does Robin play? Okay.
What's on the screen?
52, yeah. Question was asked what I think of Alfredo soup. I mean, it depends on the quality of it. I haven't had Progresso Alfredo soup, if that's the question.
There's Alfredo soup? That sounds like it's just sauce.
Some people just like the sauce a little bit more, you know? And it ends up being that the noodles are floating in it. It's like, that's not a sauce, that's a soup.
I guess
I'm making
so.
this up completely. This is probably not true.
You know, the funniest thing, though, is that you're probably not wrong. I'm sure there is somebody in the world out there that thinks that.
Creamy tomato soup. This is marinara sauce.
Is sauce soup? I would...
Oh!
This is specifically targeted at Debbie.
Look at the bill! One of them is normal, the other one's a tenacity, thermal ink, drop roller, e-liter.
There's drop roller on the Flingza as well.
This is the one charger up on site.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then
we went
it's,
two down on left though.
It's all Han. The other one is Han. Me and Robin got stuck by a bomb.
Crabbing. Got one of the leaders. The other one is forced back. Bucket on me. Got me.
no.
Hydrated.
Bucket's still my ouch.
Bucket's
got
right
the
there.
bucket.
There you go. Leader's still on site.
Yeah, I'm gonna get inkjet and I wanna peekaboo it. I'm really close to it, so I'm just gonna paint up here and peekaboo it, because I think I can jump over this wall.
Alright. Well, we've got it underneath the corner, so if
Got
we ever do
twice,
want to
got
pop it,
twice.
which we probably don't right now, we in a safe spot.
Okay, well, they're not on top right anymore. They're gonna
Careful,
keep
Robin,
going
you're
up.
alone there. Rainmaker's free to run left.
Oh no. I thought we had somebody in the way.
Robin went down. There's 2 leaders on left.
Yep, I'm a little marked right now. Oh, hi. Why are you here?
Also noteworthy about this comp, they have triple ink mine. They're gonna pop Rainmaker.
I'm running forward and turning around.
Thank you.
There you go.
Another one in front of you.
I'll probably be the one picking him up.
All right.
Ah!
Coming up to try and support the inkjet.
Oh, that's a tri-slusher.
Got him.
There you go. Take me left, Robin. Or Jem,
I have a crab here.
Robin is distracting the one in behind the Rainmaker.
Nice. Leader
Okay,
weak in front of me. Got him.
If
Bucket
you guys
weak.
can handle that,
Bucket down.
I've completely flanked them. Oh, the
Leader
roller's
is on the
never
plat up
mind.
there.
So am I.
Thank you, Daddy.
Hop for your life.
Run speed.
Run speed.
Coming in. Do you, Dad?
You're fine.
Run speed?
We got pop.
I did not mean to pick that, but that is fine.
I'm down to Flingza on shield.
You got this, Robin.
Nice.
There
Good
you
job,
go.
Robin.
Still in front of Rainmaker.
Just the leader.
I
Just the
got
leader.
I see it. I can't hit it though.
I'm gonna
Try and get this
coming
picked up
from
and
my
go.
side. You know I'm here. I'm
Mine.
Nice.
marked. There you go.
Okay, as soon as they started holding forward and like, I could tell that they were not charging and then releasing their shot. As soon as I noticed that they were holding their shot to where they could figure they could get a guaranteed pick, I'm like, I can just walk right forward.
What kind of water are you drinking? Thick water? It is orange juice. That is what I'm drinking.
Orange water.
Ooh, if we win 4 matches, then I actually get up to S+5.
I'm close to S+9.
Also, I have a team money ticket.
Nice. I think I beat the E-leaders.
I'm a no
Yeah.
pulp person. I hold no ill will to pulp people, but I don't like the way it feels in my teeth. I don't like having to chew my drink.
I'm the same way.
I don't mind either.
Thoughts on Chara's tier lists today? I haven't seen Chara's tier lists.
You put Hydra and C.
The only
Is-
thing I've seen today is the amount of disbanding teams.
I know.
And I'm like, I'm going to go hide now.
Oh, well,
Someone
it's
go,
off.
well,
We should get popped.
they got a lot of bombs though. Okay.
There's a carbon on left, sharking.
Junior's in their street.
There's someone behind me. Or they threw a... Where'd that bomb come from? Oh, the grates. I'm dead. There's 2 on grates.
By the way, in case I forgot to say so, thank you for the donation, Ari. Appreciate
Oh
it.
crap, they're taking it left.
Yeah, they're free going. Who's on bunker? Needs to turn around. There we go.
Crab user. Oh, it shredded right at the perfect time to get me. That's annoying. Yeah, they're on our bunker. I'm half to crab. I'll be there soon.
I hit the person on bunk twice. They backed up a little bit to the grate.
Yeah. Crab
Oh,
is
they're
out.
back up there. There's 2 on our bunk
Our
now.
crab is out.
Not anymore.
Junior got me left side.
Got the carbon.
There's one behind us.
Junior.
I got him.
There you go. Yeah,
Rain is kind of stuck in mid. Wiper
There's one
over
on
our
our bunk
bunker.
again.
Got me.
We gotta watch the left side now.
They're pushing left. Nice.
There's a hammer.
Wiper will be there soon. Nice.
Oh
Carbon
no.
got me.
There's
Where
a
are we,
carbon
guys?
and a stamp. Oh, there's a...
When you say nice, because you thought it was your teammate that won the fight, when it was the other way around.
Yeah, double.
Okay, it's just the pro, and I think they're in our...
Hey, we're
Yeah,
getting raided by
yeah.
Sendu. Hello,
Oh,
Sendu.
here. There's 2 on our grate. Like, this one grate.
Got one.
Sendu!
Good
Nice
crap.
reset. I'm gonna immediately go out to the right.
There you go.
Hey, so if anybody's ever wondered why all these websites that I
It took it
recommend
left
are
again.
called sendu.inc/build, sendu.inc/plans, you know, all that sort of stuff, that is because it's made by Sendu, who just rated us. So go follow them now.
Do it. Ow.
There's always
I'm
one underneath
grabbing
our
left.
bunker wall.
They're
Yeah.
forced over to right.
On our bunk.
Bunker.
On our bunk. Oh, they put a bubble up on top. I'm gonna take the right wing. Oh, behind us.
Carbon.
Nice pick. I got you with
Delete.
Junior. There's another one trying to come in. Junior's pushing, but they don't have a lot of room. Nice. Going after the wiper. They backed up.
Okay, there's gonna be a couple on their bunk, I think. One's behind it.
They're hammering.
Oh, I missed the shot. I'm sad.
Okay.
I'm good.
Carbon down.
There's a bunch on the, 2 more on the left.
Oh,
Watch
okay,
their
I got
bunk, their
him.
bunk.
Just the pro, just the pro. They're on me. They got me.
Here, Jamie.
They crabbed.
Jamie,
Just
left
go right,
side.
just go right, just go
Go
right.
right.
Go right.
That's what I meant. I traded. Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's
I
all
was
good.
looking left as I was going right.
Sorry, I should have looked at map sooner.
Yeah, there's a crab on the left, so.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm not dead. I got this weak. Busy bomb. Oh, someone's rushing.
Got one. Got two.
Hey, there's
Got
down.
three.
Just a junior. That's wipeout. Jamie, I have inkjet. I can inkjet over the top.
I'm just gonna go for a dunk here because
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna be able to crab as soon as I'm done with it. Crabbing.
I got one.
Ah, pro.
Oh, yep.
Chill on elbow.
Viper's above you, Gem. On the
Yeah,
left.
they're trying to.
Oh,
Good
I got him.
surge. Junior weak. Oh, there's a third one there.
I'm
Traded.
good.
Still two. 2v2.
1v1. I mean,
Only go if you've got opportunity for lead. There we go.
go.
Behind. Go, 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 go.
I'm right here.
Beautiful.
There was one in front of me, though.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't have to go for this. We can just harass
Gem,
the
I want to
annoying.
jump up here. There we go.
They're going big wall. Nice.
We're live. Good dodge, Robin.
We pushed it.
Oh,
It
that's
doesn't
a
only go for
crab.
five.
That's a
Not
crab.
anymore.
Oh, I had to. Uh-oh.
Pro is
Good
weak.
try,
Got
Robin.
him.
Nice. Should be one more. There you go.
Yippee.
Sent you screenshots of Char's tier lists in case you have a spare minute or two on stream and want to go over them. Yeah, sure. Remind me, Ari.
Here, let me-
But yeah, I'm happy to go over those. Gonna get the oh, he did all the tier lists. So this is sub special main weapon and then kit.
Oh, interesting.
I still need to get better with my strikes placements.
That's okay. I'm still working on inkjet. Inkjet is my weakest part of this kit.
I will probably just comment on the. At this point, like if I'm gonna talk about all of them, then I just want to, you know, do all those tier lists myself. So we'll probably go over that at some point on stream, or maybe super secretive. Ooh, that could be interesting. But yeah, that's looking pretty uncontroversial. I think that's pretty close to what mine would be, but
Oh,
there are definitely some differences.
Don't go build a con.
they all have different builds too. One of them's the front line, one of them's the front line that wants to save their special, and the other one is bombs. I got one of them.
Nice. One's weak around the corner.
No.
One dropped. Mid.
Ooh,
Nice.
I got him. Okay, Jamie, I
One
have
fighting
right.
me, bunker. Got him. Another one on their goal. Got him.
Oh, sorry. I'm just still
In
using
front.
going
Nice.
left. You're going right. You're right.
Or am I left?
Oh.
Stamper weak. They didn't shoot anything there. What? This squid search thing is so annoying. Okay, I'm here.
I'm dead. Behind the Rainmaker.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, never mind. We're okay.
Yeah, we win those.
Yeah, you're right. I need to get into the habit of going right. Is it better to go right in this map now?
When you have the opportunity, it's just fine because, like, what is it? Left is a big choke point. So if it's not cleared, it's harder to go at. Again, the times where I've tried to tell you to go, there's been nobody there.
Okay.
Oh, Ari's got team practice starting in 20 minutes. Shoot. Okay. I think someone else who expects to be there can remind jump from me. Yeah, I mean, I've got it pulled up at this point on it's the entire other right side monitor. So that should be enough, I would hope. But y'all know me, I'm kind of dense sometimes, so we'll see. But yeah, overall, I would say I would rate Wiper a little bit lower, and I'm still really uncertain about Z and F Charger, how I feel about that one. Squeezer's surprisingly high. Everything else is about where I would expect it to be.
I'm gonna be honest, Squeezers have been popping off lately, in mid-level at least. So
Interesting.
Weezer hasn't slept on the game again, in my opinion.
I think it might be that,
Roller
like,
and apples.
since the Zuka buff, people are reconsidering, which is definitely
Thermal
worthwhile.
and Nautilus?
Good pick.
Got one with Pop. One up here on me. They're weak.
Just two.
Not as weak. They drop down left. They're weak. Nice.
Got him. I don't know what's there this time. Okay, they're
There's
the
one on
bunker.
left, so you're good for now. Just get the dunk and then flee. Okay, good. Oh, that's a... Okay, I landed on a wave breaker.
Oh, not again!
Or a wave slider. Yeah, just go for points. Just go as far as you can. Wait, how are you getting that far? Okay.
Because I'm slippery.
I mean, we are squids.
I
Or,
am
well, you're an
Jamie.
octo in this case.
Crabbing. I'm gonna get the rain here. They're
I got
hammering me.
Nautilus!
Oh, they popped the shield on me. It's just the hammer. We can grab it and go. They are gonna be up behind you though. Right behind Jamie. Right behind Jamie.
There's one in front of him, too. There's another one on the side!
Got two.
Okay, that worked.
I love this map.
I like how I'm being chitting. I'm like, please don't die. Hit the shot, and then I hit two, and then you said you got the other two, and I'm like, okay, we good.
I got the apples who was on me.
Whoever was behind you, I did a quick 180, and I'm like, please shot land.
Alchemy. Ari wants me to remember to go over Chara's tier lists at the end of the stream.
I haven't played this map much since it got re-released.
I do recognize the names in chat from an earlier game. GG's friends.
GG's. And I got S+5. Thanks, everybody.
Nice. I think I have to look again, but I'm close to 9.
I am
Which is
close to
weird
5.
because I've never been this close to S+10 since, like, a while. I usually just avoid playing series, but since I've been working on my backline weapons, I've been playing series because the rotations have been better there.
It's really weird to think that Switch Day is now for 7 months.
Yeah, time flies, huh?
It doesn't feel like it. Oh, office chair.
Oodra.
Maybe not the splash.
Okay, the Hydra is going ink mode.
They're taking the left, it looks like.
Yeah,
There's
I'm
two pushing
stalling
right,
it.
but the Rainmaker's stuck there, so...
Oh, the Hydra got me. I didn't even see it there.
They can't stop it. Dang. Oh,
They're
that's
trying to
Rush
take it
House.
left, which is not the right idea.
This Hydra's on spine, and then the crab was on the right.
Yep. They're gonna chase me into the corner here.
They're in a corner.
Crabbing.
We just gotta dislodge the Hydra.
Oh, the Rainmaker
there's-
shield killed me.
Oh no.
God,
There's still one on the spine, and there's one trying to
They're
go
grabbing, they're
right
grabbing.
here. I know, I'm right here. I haven't
Another one
moved.
below, another two below.
There's one by you,
There's
Joe.
one flanking right.
Yep. That's probably the splash. They've been there the whole time.
I'm almost missiles.
Hydra's gone. Oh, there's a wiper below me.
Oh,
though.
they're scoring.
Splash still...
Oh, that's where they went.
Splash is still here.
Wiper's on me.
They're
on the
crabbing
top
the grate.
Right here. I traded with the wiper. Yeah. Okay, wiper and splash are gonna be.
Splash is down.
I guess all of them. A
Grab
lot
it.
of them have. I'm gonna hold forward builds.
Hydra's weak. I'm shipping them. Wiper on me. Got me.
I got one. I don't know who it was. Wiper.
Oh,
Uh-oh. I'm the last alive.
Yep.
Hydra down. I'm really weak though.
Rain's weak.
Right side. I got
Down.
one. Oh, hi, Wiper! Wiper's in front of me on the spine.
They ran away to left. Hydra in front of me and popping crab.
Okay.
See if we can push in on right.
I'll have inked it shortly. I just need a place to use it.
Got the hammer.
Robin's down.
Hydra's on right. One on me.
There's
Got
two
him.
on the right. There's two on the
See if you
right.
can
Take
move
it
left.
left.
Going with you?
Wiper got me, but you should have at least dunk. Nice.
Alright, crab got me. The Wiper's on the. Okay,
got him.
we're down.
We've got time. That's a good check.
Mhm.
Oh. Splash on me right. I'm cutting him off.
They put Booyah
Got
Bomb
him.
on
Down.
me.
There you go.
Rain
weak.
should be weak.
Down.
There we go.
Nice.
Oh,
Wiper
I'm gonna
in
die
front.
of the rain though.
I'm down to Wiper.
Okay.
Nice.
There should be one on
2v2.
spine. And watch out for top right. There's a lot of orange on it, but. Nice.
Rush
Oh,
me.
Robin
Nice.
behind you.
One
Got
right.
you, I
Nice.
got you, I
Three
got
down. Just Wiper.
This
Where's
Wiper
Wiper?
on
Wiper's
left.
in right, I think. Thought I saw them over here.
Jimmy,
Yeah,
you
they're
taking it?
Wiper got
I
me.
have missiles.
Okay, well.
That's a very K-shot thing of you to say.
Same thing, sorry.
Still my ouch?
Two. Right in front of Debbie. This is Splash.
Yeah.
Robin, you go
They
left.
got me, but I got them.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna keep jumping in, see if we can keep this
Yeah,
going.
keep it up there. I'm gonna jump into Robin here. Oh, left, brush.
Hydra
Oh,
got
no.
me.
Okay.
I got brush and I got wiped out. I was like, yeah, I got wipered. Wait, I can make this into a thing.
Watch out for
Hammer,
Booyah.
nice. Brush is going in with the Booyah Bomb. There we go.
A triple.
Brush on the right.
Nice.
Brush is the
Brush
last
last
one.
over here.
They've backed up.
Nice. We got him with pop.
Oh,
Move it
there
left.
we go. I have inkjet, but I guess I'm moving it left. I
Yeah,
can't
I've got
get up
crab.
there for some reason. Okay, one on the spine already. There's still one behind me!
Flash. Weak. In place.
Oh no.
I'm down from in
Oh
front.
no. Oh
There you
no,
go.
there's a brush here!
No.
Stay alive, Robin. We need to get the pop.
Try hammer.
Oh, okay.
Ow.
Yeah, there we go.
No.
Actually, they picked it up. We could have splatted that. Shoot.
Yeah, we were only one left alive, and there was so many. There was a lot in front of Robin. I saw it on your death cam.
Have good practice, Ari.
Yeah, I think a couple of those moments I definitely should have let Jamie take it instead. I had special, and I was in a better spot to combat the Hydra that was looking in the way, so...
That's my... Yeah. Yeah.
And Reezer, congrats on getting the S rank. Good job. I have some videos on coordination if that's ever anything you want to learn more about, too. Office chair says GG's.
GG's office chair.
GG's.
You are a good brand.
Remember, kids, get office chairs, not gaming chairs.
Fact.
Gaming chairs hurt your back.
Mm-hmm.
Then you become older and then regret it.
They are scams.
No, they're chairs.
Explo. The Nautilus with Thermal Ink is back. The brush is going for I'm gonna run around and never run out of ink.
We don't get that.
I got the Nautilus.
3v3.
2v3. Nobody's on right.
I'm gonna start moving around right, yeah.
They're try-striking me!
Okay.
Explo's on me
They're
on
running.
right. Ah, okay.
Brush is gonna flank on the right. Oh, I got him. Explo's way back by me. I got him.
There you go.
There's one by the shield. See if we can
Not
pop.
bad,
Oh,
Daddy.
shoot, I didn't see that. I thought someone got that.
Grabbing mid.
Still behind. Still, one right and one left. Brush
Got
right.
one.
Brush right.
One dropping right. They're weak. They're still going. They're still going.
No, they're just running around.
They're just running. Like I said, it's the brush that just wants to run. Jamie, they're making friends! Oh, watch out, Rainmaker Carrier!
Yeah,
Ah!
I tried to hit it, but
Someone
Got around.
give me a hand with the Explo real quick? Never mind. We got him into a place that I can deal with him.
Okay, dude,
I'm dead.
Explo's
Explo got me
down.
out of... Explo's still up there.
no, they're
Oh,
down. I
not
got
Explo,
them.
never mind. There was one more where it was, though. That's why
Okay.
I thought it was still there.
yeah.
Like, directly on top of it. Like...
Oh no, it's Prozac.
Oh no. 50 whole milligrams of it. I have no idea how much that is.
Rain's down.
It's 50 whole
That's
milk.
two down.
Brush on the... What is that direction? Jamie, beside you somewhere.
Right.
Grabbing.
There's a brush behind you. I can't go for the Rainmaker.
How am I? Okay.
Brush is down.
There's a Nautilus in front of the rain. I'm
They're
down to
stuck
whale.
in front. Got him.
Coming on spine.
2. They're both weak. Got one.
One more. Go. They went right. They went right.
Yeah, it's the Explo.
There's...
Oh, no, it's the
Okay.
Nautilus. Never mind. Got him.
Okay, I'm on the left. I'm gonna
Brush
be a...
got me on right.
You
Yeah.
left, Robin?
Good job, Robin.
Sir Robin!
Still one on Jamie.
I am dead.
I don't know if it's a Sir or Madam Robin or what.
I just got 3.
Or
Just the
whatever
Rainmaker.
medieval
Done.
peerage
Okay,
title you
I'm
could apply
gonna... I'm
to.
gonna stay up here
Alrighty.
because
pick
they're running into me. Legitimately running into me, but I died to a bomb because I was weak. Right side brush, and one is top left.
I'm just hard flanking around.
Brush
Okay, well,
me.
this is a bad
Okay,
idea now.
well we don't have anybody protecting the Rainmaker.
Yeah. I thought people were behind.
I was already down, so
You know, I thought that Jem and Robin were.
Jem went the other way, so it was just you and Rob. I'm so gone here. Oh, I'm alive.
You're good, you're good.
Several weak in mid.
Two down.
Oh, man,
Rush.
I'm missing everything.
Three
Just
down.
the
Big splash.
splash on my ouch. The sharking.
I'm one shot. I have inkjet, and I have no ink.
On spine. Flash.
They're weak.
Flash
Nautilus. There's
Thank
3
you.
on the left, by the way.
weak. Yep, pushing. Explo weak. Couldn't see anything.
I
but
got
they're
the
down.
Nautilus.
they're
I
behind
got the
mid.
Nautilus.
Left side. On my ouch.
Rush.
Get the pop. There we go. Oh, I thought we were
Rush
going to
is
kill him with that.
left.
Rush is just running by me. Got him.
Need someone to keep an eye on the right. I think Jem's got that handled.
I've
Okay,
got
I'll see if
Crab
I
on
can
left.
Right there.
They rush me.
Oh, I ran out
Oh,
right
no.
as the.
Oh,
I'm
no.
trying to score.
They picked up. They picked up.
Yeah, I got the person.
Good wipe.
Okay, I have Inkjet. Oh boy.
Work left to right.
I'm down on
Brush
right.
is by my jump. Oh
I'm
no.
down to Expo.
I'm gonna die to Brush.
I'm down to the splash. That's 2 down.
I got 2.
We need rain. 10 seconds.
I'm running forward at it. I got it.
Nice. Okay, we
Jamie,
need to
help me
protect
pop
this.
it. Rush it afterwards. I'm gonna get the Explo.
There you go. Pop it.
Nice. That's wipe. Pick it up and go.
We don't have pop. I got
There
it.
There you go.
The brush was right there. Yeah, I was like, as soon as we get the barrier pop, I get a free inkjet, and I'm like, I am going to use this to displace people. I went in a little more closer than I should have, but it worked. Are we doing another one, or is
See if
that
we can
it?
sneak one more in.
Okay.
Hey.
Oh God.
Well, it doesn't change. Like it doesn't change an hour.
No, I'm talking about for VOD review purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was not expecting to hit the 22 there.
I have 500 plus hours in the game and I'm still in C-. Should I just stay in turf? I mean, if you want to play ranked, then play ranked. That's the answer to that question.
People have been very hyped since I've been working on Ballpoint. Like, a lot
Because
more
it's a
hype
cool
than
weapon.
I expected. Yes, and a lot of people play it, right? But now that I'm rolling with Ballpoint, people are just like popping off.
I've been having a lot of fun with not as of late.
Thermal Ink ends up, otherwise Ninja 52 and T-Tech.
Because remember, kids, Inkjet is the coolest special in this game.
Murder.
I just need to get better at it.
Got one on their bunker.
I
Two
don't
their goal,
know-
two their goal
Here.
left. Got one. Another
Okay,
one got
I'm
me.
gonna play this smart this time, and I'm gonna pop it before I jump over.
I did not play it smart this time.
Oh
I
wait,
forgot
this
you-
jump might actually get me killed. Okay, we're good, we're good.
Very good, you're good.
I'm just picking it up and running it.
I don't have
Oh
any
man,
aim for this.
55 points.
Oh no.
sorry,
okay.
sorry.
It's okay. Can you get the one on the wall?
I'm gonna try.
Okay, there's 2 on their bunker wall.
Got him.
There's another one. That's the Rainmaker.
Rain down, another one their bunker wall.
I guess there were 3.
Got him.
I'm in position to crab, there's one right below me. I'm down before I could crab.
Oh, hello. Person try striking.
A good attempt, Robin. I like the wall.
One in the corner, 2 in the corner.
One on elbow. Oh, shoot. I was thinking it was done no
Run
matter what
speed.
happened.
Got one. I'm down to their street. They're coming left.
I got 52'd. Oh my gosh.
They're going for left jump.
The 52 has so much run speed. No wonder why they were zooming on the grate. There we go. Street, there you go. 3 down. Last one, I can't see where it is.
I need to see heal really quick.
Oh, our bunk. Our bunk.
They're directly on me.
And there's behind you. Yep.
2, 1, jumping.
I am going. Ow. I died to a bomb that was there. There's one on our bunker. The T-Tech. They're tri-striking, and there's one on Jamie.
He's weak. Nice. One dropped on Jamie. Got him.
Good.
Another one.
Another one in front.
Got him.
Nice.
Another one above. Got them.
I'm rolling chips.
Yeah, you're just rolling. Oh, behind. I got him. I traded.
There we go. Good job.
Yo, Jem, can I jump up there?
Yes.
Yes.
I would love it if you would do so.
Yo, get your crab up there.
Yeah.
They're running away.
We had to go after rain. They're coming up, right? It's just Jamie there?
It's just Jamie. I think Jamie's got this, though.
Yep.
There we go.
In the little corner.
Nice. One
On our
bunker.
bunk again. They're weak.
Hit him a couple times. Airborne crab.
Airborne crab.
This
There's
is
someone
painted
on
our color right now.
There's someone sharking in the right wing.
That was not painted our color is the answer to that question.
Our bunk,
somewhere.
too. Oh.
They're going for it.
They won't. Oh! Thank you, whoever just saved me there.
I got one. That might have been me.
They're hiding underneath bunker wall. They like taking bunker wall.
Oh shoot, I'm dead. Bunker. No, it's on mask. Careful.
It's popped. I'm just gonna shark to see if someone goes for it.
Yeah, I'm guarding it on the right the best I can, but there's a tri-strike here.
I'm pinging this up back here really quick. Yeah.
Got the tri-striker. One going for it. Nice. Just a zap in mid, fled left. Oh, they're below me. Actually, they're going for me. I got him.
I'm just gonna leave it there, let it reset, waste more time.
That works. I'm painting mid.
We don't have to push on
There's
at
one
all.
on the left. Yeah, no. There's one on left wing. Oh, one on
That's
mass.
up in the street. One, the one that was on left wing. 2 on bunker.
52's on the mast. Paint its feet. Painted its feet. Okay.
That's 2 down.
They have it. Okay.
Just the T-Tech, they do have tri-strike.
I'm taking a hydro position.
Oh.
T-Tech is down.
No,
Don't pick up.
Mm-hmm.
There's one trying to come out left. They're dropping, got him.
There's another one on the left. I was going at it with an inkjet. I don't know if anyone saw me fly across the map, but
All right, awesome. We've got replay code from That Grey Hat and from RobynButterfly. We're ready to go.
Yay!
And That Grey Hat, you are free to hop into... Oh, they are in the waiting room.
Oh.
Welcome, That Grey Hat. We're hearing something in the background.
Okay.
All right, they just decided to mute. Okay.
All good.
But now they can hear us, which is great.
Yippee!
All right. So thanks for playing, everybody. And
Woo!
I am going to go and start getting these replay codes punched in so that we can work with them.
I'm gonna go finally finish my umami map and upload those. So have fun.
All right,
I'm
awesome.
gonna finish eating. Boy.
Okay, there's the first one. And then here is the second one. 2C QT. And there's that. All right, we'll start with Robin. And before I get that going, I'm gonna make sure that I project this in the Discord call. So now you should be able to see what I'm seeing here. So, can you both see?
Yeah, we can see.
Awesome. All right. So, hello, Robin. Robin was our 52 player while we were playing just now, and is playing 52 here as well. They're consistent. I like that. We're up against one of the weirder comps that I've seen. It's so you've got a Tetradulies who it's got a lot of paint, but it's the only source of aggression on the entire team. And then on your side, meanwhile, you have a much more conventional comp. This is something I could totally see like Cherry Limeade trying to play. They've got a Stamper, a Brush, Bamboo, and a 52. So the the Brush and the Wiper are the ones that are going to want to be going in on the sides and flanking a bit more. And then you're going to be able to aggress in the middle, and you'll have the backup from the Bamboo. And as long as you guys fight in roughly the same positions, you should have a good amount of firepower compared to their double arrow spray comp. They'll be able to harass a lot with like long distance stuff, like the Bloblobber and the Fizzy Bombs from the arrow spray, but that's very avoidable. That's very dodgeable. And as long as you're able to do that, you should be fine moving forward and taking good fights. Basically, the only thing that I'm worried about killing you too much is the Tetradulies and the Booyah Bomb. And besides those two things, there's really not that much that's especially threatening on their side. So you can take some pretty aggressive positions, and as long as you know where the Tetras are, you should be able to just kind of go forward and be like, I am a better weapon at fighting than you are, and so you will move. So, it is a zones game, which means that we do kind of need to fight them. We are very capable of fighting them, and that shouldn't be too much of a problem, but if it comes down to our team and their team standing on opposite ends of the zone just painting it constantly, that's not going to go as well for us, because they do have more paint than we do. Now, if an arrow spray is standing close enough to the zone to just paint it, you can probably just walk up and shoot them. This is still a comp that I would never want to run, competitively what they have on their side, for that reason. It's like, yeah, it paints, but if it's dead, it can't paint. And so your job here is to make it dead. And they're just kind of walking forward. We're playing a little bit cautious here. What we probably want to do early on is, if we're going to go and fire shots at that player, we make sure, on the left that is, that we get close enough to them to hit those shots and then back up. So like, we've got this wall out here that's going to keep us safe for a certain amount of time, and there is a player right in front of the pole that is firing at the zone, which, if that wall is able to go up, if it doesn't just get insta-shredded, then what you can do is swim up to the wall, right up as close as you can get to it before you're on the other side, fire just like the couple shots at that player who's in front, and then back up. And you'll be able to get away before the wall goes down. But we take our time a little bit here. We, instead, of using the wall that we put out on the left, we try to come over here on the right and shoot at someone who's over there. And so we lose that opportunity, and by the time, we get back to the left-hand side, wall is already down. So there was a potential pick that we could have gone for over there. if we were going to go for the right side, then, we want to kind of find our shots and hit that player quickly. But it looked like it was just kind of a snap reaction, and we kind of just got scared out of doing what we were going to do before. Swim some, that's funny. So the thing here is that we need to be active in pressuring them away from the zone here. We do have the comp that can do that, but if we choose not to, then they will just passively paint the zone and be able to score points that way. We've got to actually force the issue. So we want to be like working on getting our special for sure, but then we kind of just want to like splash wall, killer whale, splash wall, use that to move the splash wall forward, and then get into a position where we are behind a wall and our opponents are in our range, and we win a fight. Of course, the more confident that you get in your aim, and your movement mechanics and everything, the more you're going to be able to find these windows to take decisive fights, because you'll take less time to move in and engage and go for those kinds of plays. But that's kind of what you're looking to do here, especially against a comp like theirs. Because you'll notice we're still not winning. It's going to take us taking some space before we're going to be winning. Do not be scared of this blob-lobber. Put a wall in front of it and bully it out of the way. We're letting it paint the zone for basically nothing. There we go, there we go. That's more like it. Get up there, get a little bit aggressive. Yeah, we're playing a bit more passively than I would like us to be. Man, I feel like I've had the conversation about splat zones at this point so often that it's almost like, man, do I even need the What Am I Doing series video on it? But that is, the one that I'm working on right now, so it's kind of fresh on my mind. In splat zones, let me pull up send editing/plans real quick. So shout outs to the Raiders from Sendu. We're going to hop over to... Yeah, that is not what I'm trying to get the screen to show. So we're going to really quickly swap that over. There it is. Here we go. So this is Hagglefish zones. Hello, Hagglefish? Why is it not a... Oh, okay, it's not an ABC order. That makes sense. Okay. So in zones... Did I actually transition it? Yeah, I did. Okay. In zones, the... Oh, wait, did I also project it to the... Did I change windows here? I did not. No, it should still be working because I should be showing the projection. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. In splat zones, the area on the map that matters is the area on the map where you can paint the zone from. If you can get to one of those places, then you can play the objective. And so, very simply, it's going to be about like this. Give or take, a little bit of weirdness around the corners. That's about what it looks like on this map. If you're not in one of those spots, then your position on the map matters significantly less, unless it's letting you control the opponent's ability to get into this area of the map. Because if you can keep your opponents out of this area on the map, and you have control of the zone, that's how you score points. That's how you're going to be able to win the game. So what's happening right now is where's the 52? I am blind. There it is. We are right here. And the opponents are, respawning or whatever, but they're on their way back over to here. If you stay on this spot, they get to walk right up to here and start painting the zone again. And nothing is stopping them from doing that. If you are here, before they can get to this spot, they have to go through you somehow. that causes them a lot more problems. Because now, instead of just being able to paint the zone right away, the whole time that they're, dealing with you here is time that is ticking off the zone. You keep them off as opposed to them maybe like recapping it before you push them away again. And even if they do just splat you and take you out of the equation, doing that still took longer than if they were allowed to walk straight up to here. As one of the most aggressive weapons in the game, you as the 52 gal don't want to just be letting them walk back up to the zone again. You want to be getting in the way. You want to be pushing them out. You want to be forcing your way in and making it so that if they want to get to the zone, they have to go through you first. And the going through you first might be unsuccessful for them, or might at least stall for a little bit more time that your team has control of the zone. If you do this far enough forward, it's even possible that if your teammates back up, maybe to like here or something, that you can, get splatted, but then respawn, jump in, and still be in their way. And so there is some incentive, albeit it's a bigger risk, to actually get even this far up. So, and obviously, you also have to worry about somebody circumnavigating you by going this way or going this way if you push that far forward. That does add some extra complications. And, it's very map dependent whether you actually ever want to get into a position that's that deep into their base. But that's the overall theory, which is that, like, the further forward you can push, the better. And when you have the opportunity to push, when you have players down on their team, if you're not pushing forward, then you're making it easier for them to start scoring again. Another potential issue here is that you're specifically staying on the zone. Being on the zone is a weaker position because you get punished way harder if you get splatted if you're on the zone. This is because when you get splatted, you form basically like a splat bomb's worth of ink right underneath your feet where you get splatted for the other team. And normally we don't really notice that too much because we're not standing on each other's feet, and so it's not that big of a deal. But if that happens on the splat zone, it paints it for the enemy team. So getting splatted on the splat zone is the absolute last thing that you want to happen. And right now, instead of moving up past the splat zone, where, if we were to get splatted over here, at least we're not painting the zone, right? But if we get splatted here, that's an even bigger risk, and that helps them flip it even faster. So we really want to be getting past the zone when we have an advantage on offense so that we can prevent them from getting to the zone, and so that when we go down, it's not on the zone and we force them to move past us and we don't paint the zone for them. So I'm going to switch screens back now. Audio's going weird. Uh-oh. Check, check. Okay, it's looking pretty normal to me right now. Is that happening to anybody else? Had to reload stream to fix it. Yikes. All right. And hi, Krylie. Good to see you. All right, looks like, check. Looks like audio is fine. All right. So let's keep going then. I think one of the reasons that causes this kind of pattern of maybe people playing too passively to happen is not so much that you don't have the mindset like, I need to play aggressive. It's more that you're not paying attention to when you can play aggressive. Because, people will often take a lesson that I teach them, and they'll be like, okay, so what you're saying is I need to play more aggressively. And no, that is never a thing that I'm going to tell anybody. Because what I want them to do is play aggressively when you can play aggressively, and play defensively when you have to play defensively, or passively. if I just tell you you need to play more aggressively, what's going to happen is you're going to feed. And if I tell you you need to play more passively, what's going to happen is you're never going to engage and have no impact on a match. What needs to happen instead is that you need to have an up to the second understanding of which team has an advantage and know which, if you were to flip the coin right now, if you were to just charge in right now, which side is it likely to come down on? Who cheated? Who weighted the coin more successfully in their favor? This is an awfully heavy coin. I don't know which side it's most likely to fall on. Then maybe you don't go for it yet. You wait for an opening. When you have an advantage, though, that's when you need to push it. And when you're at a disadvantage, that's when you need to back up. And so right now, we got a couple players down. We had a lot of area cleared out. But it seems as though we didn't recognize that, and so we didn't push our luck. So like here, we've got a player down. We've got another player down in front of us to the left. The Bloblobber just got forced away. There's only one person on the map whose position we haven't directly accounted for in the last second on our screen, even without checking map or anything like that. So, with you and your 3 teammates here, even if you were to go forward a little bit and all of a sudden that one player were to jump out at you, your 3 teammates would have a 3v1 against them, and now that player's not hidden anymore, and your 3 players can gang up on them. That fight is perfectly fine. We can just kind of hold forward here, and we're going to be just fine doing so. But now that we've waited this long, notice that there's one of the arrow sprays is back. And if they super jump in here, now there could be 3 players standing on that one spot. We've lost our window there, wherein we could have pushed up past the zone, and instead we've backed up further than we were before, and we're letting them go right back to the zone again. And they've actually just capped it. We won a fight and lost the zone as a result of that fight. That means that we're not pushing our advantages. So, we go left and we get one. Good flank. At that point, with the Bloblobber already aiming and firing in that direction, anticipate that they just know where you are, and you'll want to wait until they stop firing or something, or you've got a wall up before you go for that, because they're going to be looking right at you, and they've been getting their aim on and firing at you while you were dealing with their teammate, so they'll have gotten their aim on faster and they'll be ready for this, so they pre-fire you here. Can you define feeding? I'm sorry if I should know this. That's a good question, because that is something that makes a little bit less sense to talk about in this game. Feeding is a term that comes from MOBA games. In a game like League of Legends, if you get killed by your opponent, that not only takes you off the map, it also gives the opponent extra gold, which they can use to power their characters up. So dying to your opponent makes them stronger. It feeds them. It, nourishes them, I suppose. And so feeding is dying unanswered to the enemy team in a way that gives them an advantage. Now in this game, that mechanic, the term doesn't make it quite as much sense, because they don't get stronger for splatting you in this game. Except, I guess, in that they maybe get special charge or something. I don't know. Not by any significant degree, and definitely not permanently. But the term is still carried over, and it just generally means running forward at the enemy team and dying without getting anything valuable from it. Do you have any suggestions for competitive players to watch that play Dually Squelchers? There aren't a lot of top-level comp players who are running Dually Squelchers right now. It's in a pretty weak place because of the map design. But Jared was a big Dually Squelchers player for a long time, and if you find any video of him playing that or playing it in Splatoon 2, that would be a good person to watch on it. All right. Actual hipster flop era. In this position, I would 100% be super jumping in. You have a numbers advantage as a team right now, and there's got to be someone out there on the zone who is far back enough that it's going to be safe to jump, especially with the Tetradulies down. So, like, what I want to do real quick is just illustrate... Well, yeah, you're not going to super jump. Okay. I just want to illustrate how much extra time you would save by super jumping than swimming in. So, 343. So, if you were to super jump, you would be at the zone by about 346. Or, sorry, 340. It counts down, not up. So, 340 is about when you would get to the zone. Now, let's see how long it actually takes to get to the zone when you just swim out. So, we would already be there a second ago if we had super jumped. Alright. So, you can see there, 5 seconds is an eternity in Splatoon. 5 seconds is half of a respawn timer. 5 seconds is the amount of time that it takes one of them to be respawning and get to mid. So, if you were up here having super jumped, maybe this player on the left wouldn't be going down because you would be there to support them in that fight. Like, that's the sort of value that it's hard to see that you're losing until, you know, you rewind it and look at it like this. But it's important to get back in there as soon as you can, and this is one of the reasons that aggressive weapons will tend to run stealth jump. It's just really valuable to be able to get back in there safely. Excuse me. That's another good way to visualize it. 5 seconds is more than 8 ticks on the zone timer, because a tick is 1 2/3 seconds. So 5 times 5/3 is 25 thirds, which is, yeah, 8 1/3 seconds. Or 8 1/3 ticks, sorry. So that's like the duration of the entire penalty that you've got right now, plus a little bit more. Nice pick. So with that one player being down, again, we want to be pushing this. You're kind of, you're moving in the same direction as the Ink Storm. I would just move to the side of it, you know, seeing what direction it's going. I would just sidestep it so that it's not forcing me out of the way for as long. I can get around it and start having an impact on the match again faster. So that engagement there, I recognize like why you're nervous to get in there and take it, because there is an arrow spray there, which at long range is just not a concern to you, but when they get close, they do have a pretty fast kill time, and you don't want to like let them use that. You're also probably worried about the splash wall not being far enough forward to protect you here, but what I would do here, honestly, seeing especially that they're not looking at me, that they're looking over here to the left, is say, I'm just going to go and take this fight. I would swim over to the right, get around that corner on the right so they can't use it for cover like they end up doing here. You can see they end up running around, and so now it's hard for you to hit you. I would get around that corner and just go for my 2 shots on that player. Because they're not looking at me. They still have to hit 5 shots, even if those 5 shots come out pretty quickly. I think I just win that fight if I go forward and take it. Like right there, they actually did get on top of you and fire shots from the range they would have been at, and they were looking at you this time with right side peek advantage, and you still beat them. This is why the arrow spray is not seen at competitive level, because it cannot fight to save its life, which it literally does have to do if it's going to be able to use its paint. So the arrow spray's down. Now, at that point in time, you have already been damaged, so you probably don't want to rush forward after that, because at that point, it takes fewer shots to splat you, and you've also revealed yourself. You are much less likely to win a fight after you've already won a fight before. That's because you're very likely to take chip damage from that engagement. You can see, let's back up just a second or so that we can see how damaged you were before you swam forward at the blob-lobber here. Look at how inked up the corners of the screen are right here. You are very much one shot here. They probably hit 4 shots on you and just needed the 5th. Right now, you've done your job. You've taken one of their players out. Make sure that you're protecting the special that you're very close to. Make sure you're protecting your life so that your team doesn't go down another player. Get yourself healed up before you try to push up any further right now. Because you will not have an advantage right now if you push up. If this were a situation where you were at full health and you had a numbers advantage against the enemy team, then, like I did before, I would be telling you to just hold forward and go after them. But from here, you're very likely to just get traded back if you try to go for anything right now. So right now you want to play it safe. Another reason not to go forward right now is that you've given a lot of information about your position to the enemy team by splatting one of their teammates. Not only have they been able to potentially see you standing up and seeing your shots flying forward, now their teammate has gone down and is probably ouch-pinging from where they're down. And even if not, their teammates can see that X. So the other team is very likely to know that you're here, even if you can't see that that's the case. Better to start sharking a little bit, get healed up, and let your teammates push up into that space rather than trying to force it yourself and going down for it. There's a question in chat. Do you have any tips for Nautilus? I would like to focus right now on the VOD review and the weapon that they're playing. So I'm going to skip over that for now, but maybe in between or something, ask me then. Okay, nice. Oh, that's super unfortunate. They got traded back. I would probably just kind of back away from here, wait for teammates to get back in. Teammate popped a killer whale. That is a completely wasted special if the enemy team counterplays this well. Thing about killer whale is that you want to be launching it while somebody is going in and attacking them. If you don't do that, then you are very likely to not get any picks from it and for it to just be wasted. It's not adding any extra paint to the ground. It's only going to succeed in forcing the opponents to move in a certain way to avoid getting hit by the special. And that only matters if somebody else is cutting off the option they need to move in. So if you're going to whale, what you want to be doing is throw a wall, whale, and then throw a second wall further forward and fight using that second wall and actually go after the player that the lasers are targeting. You can also whale if you see that there's a fight going on elsewhere on the map that your teammates are taking and you're too far away to help them with your main weapon. I like this wall. Very aggressive. Lets you get in and get a pick there. Ooh, very scary that you walked toward the blobs there. They came very close to hitting you. And again, notice how damaged you are right now. So much enemy ink on the corners of your screen. That means that you need to drop down into the ink and heal yourself up. For those who don't know, like we just saw, if you submerge squid form in your own ink, you heal significantly faster than if you're just standing up. It is really important to get that process going as quickly as you can when you get close to being splatted so that you can preserve yourself. With something like a blob, with something like fizzy bombs being thrown at you, there are a lot of things that can chip you down the rest of the way. At some point, we want to get rid of that sprinkler on the left, because it's just been sitting there for a lot of the game, painting the zone for free for them. It's not very healthy anymore, but we don't want to just let that stay there either. And again, we're moving forward slowly enough that the enemy team can just back up. We're moving up in a way that lets them flee. If we're going to go for them, we need to make a more decisive play where we move up far enough that they are going to be in our range long enough for us to splat them, even if they start running. So, we try going for that player. This player behind us, good that you noticed that. Great job getting out of that. And we just need to paint our feet and get away in the fastest way possible. You did really well trying to run away from that right up until, I think, the very last decision you made about where to run to. So there we see the problem of left side peeking. We're trying to come around this corner, and we're looking around the left side of it, and we end up shooting the wall instead of shooting the player. So that's something to be mindful of and to try and take the corner a little bit wider next time. So there's this player behind us. We turn and we get them really quickly. We swim through this trail we made. And now the only thing that I would have done differently, instead of turning all the way around and going all the way back across the zone, just go to your left. Let me draw a picture for you really quickly. So right now, we are about here. And there is enemy ink that is around us kind of like this. So we're going to need to paint our way out either way we go. Thing is, if we do this, which is the direction we've moved, and then go this way, we're not actually backing away from an opponent who's just running at us like this very quickly. What we could have done instead of that is we could have just gone this way. And as soon as we're around this corner, we're behind cover. As soon as we're around that corner, we are in our color ink. So over to the left like that is going to be a lot safer against this player that's pushing you. And even if they get around the corner at you, you can always just drop off the ledge and super jump on your way down. So to demonstrate that really quick, we're at 203. So, player actually gets around the corner at us. Well, oh wait, I need to go into recon for this actually. Because I can't super jump to spawn from there. I probably could have just dropped a beacon or something, but it's not as easy to do. So, let's go talk to Marigold. Everybody likes Marigold. He's a good tri-stringer to study. Someone was playing... Who's the backliner from Chewits Mafia? I'm forgetting. Is that Shy? They played a little bit of tri-stringer, so that would be a top-level rep. Then, as far as people who are going to have a bunch of videos... Nicolini plays tri-stringer when he does play. Sound does a lot of tri-stringer, so those are a couple of more regular content creators. Okay, so if you get over here and they keep pushing around the corner at you, all you've got to do is drop, ready your super jump, and you're out before anybody's going to get on top of you that way. For those who don't know the technique that I just used, I'm holding down on the D-pad as I go down, and then I'm just rolling my finger from X to A. And if you do it right, the map opens for like a single frame. Used to be that I think you could get it to open not at all. But it's very, very quick. And that's how that's working. In short, you can buffer the down input on the D-pad to get you out of there. How do you hear your Switch audio and PC audio on the same headset? I don't. I just have my TV turned up loud enough that I can hear it through my headphones. If you want to do that, then what you need is called an audio mixer. So we're looking for 203 here. And thanks for the recommendation, Valimar, on the Japanese top player there. Okay. Is that an air conditioner that's making the background noise? Yes. It is set to keep the temperature to a set amount, so once it reaches there, it'll turn off, and then it'll turn back on again when it starts warming up again. Okay. Here we go. Run my audio through OBS. Yeah, I think that is also a way that you can do it. I haven't checked to see if there's any kind of lag on that or anything, but this method has always worked for me, so I've never tried to mess with it on OBS, and you'd be better off asking somebody else about it. Okay. Yeah, because we end up running away in that direction, we just get caught. Weird little desync going on right here, so hopefully that doesn't impact too much more of the video here. Cool, so one of them has gone down. You'll notice at the top of the screen, the enemy arrow spray has been taken out. And you have two teammates on the left that are moving forward. Normally, I would not recommend dropping into this, enemy ink below you here, because that's often pretty unsafe. But you probably want to be getting forward pretty quickly to group up with your teammates. And to be able to get into a position where you can paint the zone again. You're also very close to your special. We don't want to sit back too long, or else our teammates might join a fight without us. And then that fight will not be decided by any impact that you were able to have. So, good job getting an opportunistic pick there, but I still want you forward a little bit faster so that you can be helping your teammates and you're not counting on them to win that fight by themselves. There is a slight delay with OBS. I would not want that. That would throw me off. I do like the way that you placed that wall. That's going to keep you fairly safe from multiple directions here. At this point, we want to get control of the zone. I think we're not spotting the ink storm here. When you see that semicircle of the enemy ink that even goes across your ink, that's something that needs to be, something you avoid. Because you just die by standing in this ink storm for a very long time when you have ample opportunity to paint your feet and get away from it. In fact, there you're moving back into it. And that's especially unfortunate because this is a moment where we really want to cap the zone. They're very close to KO. They have no penalty left, and they're down into the 20s for score. 29 here. If you cap there, that makes it a lot more safe for your team. You're not going to get KO'd in the next push as long as that happens. But now it's up in the air because you're 2v4 at the moment. So teammates pop off and get 2 in a 2v4 situation, which you don't want to expect to happen. And we cannot afford to not be painting the zone right now. Every point that ticks down right now is making it more and more difficult for you to win the game. Just get paint on the zone right now, because that's the only direction someone can attack you from anyway, and almost nothing on their team has the range to hit you. And we need to be painting the zone still. All of that time that we spent shooting at the arrow spray, zone was ticking down. We've got to at least get it neutralized before we try to take any fights here. Teammates end up getting that player. We're still not capping the zone. We might be able to get it here. Okay, whew. But, again, imagine instead that we focus on capping it before we went down the first time, and they're frozen at 29 instead of 9. That's a much better situation to be in. Now we have to get really close to KOing if we're going to win the game. And we've only got a minute left to do it. There was something on the bottom right corner of your screen right here that warned you that there was someone flanking right, and I think you missed it. Am I looking at the wrong place? There it is. Alright. So this one was kind of subtle. But look to the right of this green pillow. You see some shots splashing over there. And now we see these shots to our back right. We swim away from them. From here, you know, once you especially get around this corner with the unpaintable blue thing right here, I would just be turning around and looking at the player who's shooting at you instead of running away like this. Because they could potentially just chase you down from there, and they're also coming after your teammates. Do get a player, which is nice. Get another one there. Unfortunately, we duck behind the wall in time to protect ourselves from the arrow spray. Probably would have been better to take the fight from behind the wall the whole time, but you still managed to get out alive. Backing up here is costing you a lot of time, and this is just an arrow spray that's backing you up. Like, you win that 1v1, and you also have special. They should not be backing you up. You are a weapon that can perfectly, capably back them up. Alright, so we go back in and we take the fight. And there's a player who's jumping in front of them, which we probably could have just stayed there and gotten instead of backing away from it like this. So, like, we didn't get damaged because I think we were behind the wall the whole time. Yeah. Like, there's barely any damage on us at all. And yes, we need to get out of the way of the ink storm, but we don't have to back all the way up this far, and we definitely don't want to turn our cameras away from the direction that our opponents are going to be. Nothing on the screen right now tells you anything about your opponent's positions. You're looking kind of backwards in the direction that only your teammates could possibly be coming from. So we don't know where the opponents are. They could all be rushing you right now for all you know. They could be all running away from you and giving you all the space in the world. But because we turn around and look backwards and then cut our vision with the wall to our right, we still can't see anything. So, this player starts to challenge us over here. If we had just stayed there, though, and gotten that pick on the player who was jumping into the zone, now our team would be able to move forward onto the zone and we'd be able to start controlling the area in front and keeping them off it. But we've just kind of kept ourselves far enough away that we aren't controlling that important space on the map. Like, this corridor right here is not important unless it allows you to control that area around the zone that we drew earlier. And from this position, it does not control that spot. So this is very overly cautious. Also, if you are getting shots on that player, consider just launching your killer whale at them to see if you can get the extra damage that you need to finish them off. Or at least to force them to move. You do have that, and you haven't really been trying to use it here. Definitely be at least popping the special right now. If you're running out of ink especially, just pop the special and it will refill your ink tank for you. That will let you, you know, get some paint on the zone, run yourself all the way to the very bottom of your ink tank, and then pop the special and be able to keep painting with another full ink tank without stopping at all. That can be a really powerful combination. Here it looks like we, you know, finally convinced ourselves to move forward. We did not notice that there was a booyah bomb that was going to be there, and we end up going down on the zone. Let's see, where does this end up coming from? So we see it right there, like the flash through the air. We see it land, we see it expand. We have a lot of time to get out of this, and we don't need to push into it. We can just paint into the booyah bomb from here. Because if you paint into a booyah bomb, it doesn't eat up the ink that you shoot into it. Your ink will still land on the ground and will still paint, and it will probably outpaint the booyah bomb. But going in and going down, especially on the zone, now that spot of ink that you put down because you got splatted is going to land on the zone and make it more difficult for your teammates to hold it. And there you lose control. The biggest thing with the 52 is that you need to be aggressive to get real value out of that weapon. It's not the easiest thing, and you have to move up pretty deliberately, but its primary like value to the team is its ability to push forward. So when we get these opportunities, when we get the numbers advantages, we've got to push forward with them and take those fights, further up. You top fragged on your team, and you just didn't get value out of that because we weren't using the advantages that we got by splatting players. If instead of staying where you are on the zone and letting them back in, you move up, now that splat amounted to space that you're able to control that you can use to keep them off the zone and score for longer. But we didn't really end up using that. We just kind of let them paint, and that was the win condition. We needed to splat them and force them away so they couldn't stay in there, they couldn't paint, they couldn't use their superior painting power to be able to hold the zone and win the game. If you have any questions, Robin, feel free to ask. Whether you want to DM me or, I don't know, put something in the chat or come on voice call or whatever. But that is what I have to say there for the 52. Like I said, move forward when you have advantage, back up and heal when you are at disadvantage or you're hurt or something. Keep the enemy team on your camera more often. And play around cover in such a way that it's protecting you rather than running around out in the open. You're doing a pretty good job with your wall placement. I think you can still be using terrain around on the map a little bit more carefully to keep yourself safe in positions where you don't have the wall up. So I'll wait for that to come in, but in the meantime, let's talk about That Grey Hat. Welcome back, That Grey Hat. All right. Okay, tips for Splatana players. Again, I'll try and answer those kinds of questions after I'm done with the VOD reviews, but I don't want to spend too long talking about stuff that's not related to the coaching that I'm giving these players right now. If it's a quick question, I'm happy to answer it, but something about a general play style, let's save that for a little bit later. Quick question, what's your opinion on Sunkissed? I don't remember the last time I had it. I couldn't tell you. I don't even know if I've tried it. All right. So, Clamblitz Undertow, and we're on a weapon comp against a weapon comp. I would say theirs is probably a lot better. We're a little bit weak in the pushing department here. We've got Hammer, which is, it's better now, which is great. It's still not a good special. It's still too easy to shoot through. We've got a Blob, which can't push to save its life. We've got, at least, the Wiper and the T-Tech to push in. Tri-Strike's not the greatest thing for pushing in, and I personally am not a huge fan of the Kraken as a pushing special either. I feel like it can work better with a really coordinated team with the ability to call your shots, but if you just kind of Kraken in solo queue, what's probably going to happen is the enemy team is just going to walk past you and go fight your teammates, and you've got to be ready for that to happen and be able to do something about it. Whereas they have a couple of Zukas that they can use to help get in. They also have a Rain. I mean, you have a Rain, so I guess that evens itself out. But I kind of like their weapons for being able to get picks and create space a little bit more. I do have a question for RobynButterfly. I'm going to hop back to that just a second. No questions, but I have taken lots of notes. Thanks for the review. Yeah, no problem. And best of luck to you in your future Woomy gaming. Okay, back to 96 Deco. The central problem, I think, that faces the 96 Deco is this. when you have a splash wall and a 96 gal, you're a pretty significant force on the map. You are something that a lot of weapons can't just like push into. You take up a lot of space. You have a lot of zone control. You're really good at holding the back line. As soon as you pop Kraken, you lose all of that. So I'm going to flip over to send-to-donate/plans real quick. If you are, say, right here, and somebody's trying to push you in this direction, that's a really difficult thing for them to do. But if you are right here as the Kraken, it's entirely possible that they... What in the world happened to... Okay. This just scrunched for no reason. I don't understand. Okay. It is entirely possible that they just do this, or do this, and get around you. So, when you pop Kraken, you've got to be doing it in a way that's going to, like, shepherd them into your team. Like, if you're going to, say, flank in with Kraken and do one of these, you've got to have it so that you've got, you know, teammates pushing in this way and, like, this way to catch the player that you're displacing. Because otherwise, all you're doing is making them run around in a circle for a few seconds and then shoot you. So that's the challenge that we're going to have here, and I'm curious to see how it is that you decide to handle it. Okay. So we're starting, it looks like, by painting for special a bit. I would probably focus on painting something that's going to be more relevant to the defense and your ability to move around in neutral, because this area up here is pretty unlikely to actually get used. Better, I would say, to get that special by painting something that we're going to be able to use for combat so that we get that double utility out of it. Then, if you're getting forced way back into your spawn and they're, you know, starting to try and take control, then you have this area that's much safer for you to paint closer to your spawn that you're going to be able to use to get emergency specials and push back out with. Using it right here, though, I don't think that, you know, it's keeping you further back on the map. It's making it so that you can't move as well in neutral until you paint up a little bit more. So I'd prefer we just kind of get set up in mid a little bit faster than that. But we should get that pick. Yep, we do. And it looks like we're about to get another one. Oh, we almost do. This is really risky, because if they've backed up to the right now, you have your feet painted behind you. So it's going to be really difficult for you to get away, especially with the 96's slow fire rate. I anticipate you go down right here. Yep. There it is. Against the Nautilus, you're either going to kill them or you're going to stay out of their range. And those are your only two options, because it is the, you know, I think second fastest kill time in the game, something like that. It's very, very quick to just delete people. So we got one, but then we immediately rushed forward and got traded back. We didn't really have the support of our teammates there. We were alone on that side, and we took a 1v1 that our weapon doesn't necessarily win unless it has like a wall to work with. I noticed that none of those fights were really taken with the wall. There are definitely some situations where you know, just fire the weapon and you hit people and it works, but sometimes the wall can be useful insurance in case the weapon randomly misses for you. It's so lovely how the 96 cal does that. I believe the Discord server for 96 gals is called Gambling Addicts. RNG is very strong with that one, so I need a challenge here with, you know, this many players down on your team and that many players up for them. I would be trying to get a wall up at some point here to protect myself, because I'm the only person that the enemy team has to look at, so I'm very likely to get shot if there's anyone nearby. Also, I would 100% not go down the unpaintable ramp. I would just drop over the ledge, because it's going to get me into ink I can swim in more quickly. you're still going to be stuck if you go down that ramp. It's not like you're in that much better of a position than if you've dropped off a ledge into enemy ink. So might as well just drop off a ledge into your color ink and swim forward and be able to get there a lot faster. And again, no wall down means that we're not protecting ourselves against this. We're, again, the furthest player forward, and so this is going to lead to us just getting picked for free. Now, the nice thing is that they picked you instead of keeping the basket open, and so that'll make it so that they have to reset a little bit here. So it's not the worst thing that you went down, but you really didn't have to go down, and you could have wasted the same time by staying alive and just having a wall up in front of them. Back up a few seconds. So right here, we know that there's a player in front of us to our left that our teammates are looking at. Before I drop down over that ledge, I want to know the whereabouts of that player and have an angle that I can shoot them from. Because I don't know whether, you know, Katsuki here is going to be able to take that player out before I hit the ground and land literally right on top of them. Like, we're committing to being over that ledge before we know that it's safe, before we know that that player is gone. Watch out for the bomb. Okay, whew. Scared me there for a second. We set up this wall, but I don't think we anticipate there being the incline there. I think we're setting it up thinking it's going to fly further in front of us. But with splash walls, when you throw them uphill, they don't go as far. So you're anticipating it being far enough forward to block this, and it's not going to be because of where it got thrown. The opposite principle, of course, applies when you're throwing it downhill. If you throw it downhill, it's going to go further before it deploys. Excuse me. Might be losing my voice a little bit here. Clearing my throat is not getting rid of it. That's annoying. Well, we'll have enough for the time being. Gonna back up for just a second. Okay. So from here, you do have an advantageous fight against this Nautilus from where you're standing. They have exposed themselves to you, they're in range, and they're shooting at somebody else. So from here, there's no reason for you to move. There's no reason for you to drop down with them. Just stay up on the high ground and shoot down at them. Be very hesitant to drop off of ledges in general in this game. Because even if you have the wall painted your color, it's still going to be pretty slow to swim all the way back up. And that's assuming that that's the case. You're also dropping off this ledge into enemy ink when you had ink that you could swim in that you were already standing on. And from here you had an escape route if they were to start hitting shots on you, because you can just drop down into the ink, first of all, and they have to find a particular angle to hit over the ledge at you. And secondly, you can back even further up and make it even more impossible for them to hit you. From here, though, you have no cover whatsoever. So, better to have stayed up there, and you probably wouldn't have traded. Because the last issue with that idea is that because you dropped, you put yourself closer to your teammate, and the shots that were aimed at your teammate ended up being shots that hit you. Like, you are literally body blocking your teammate from that position, and you could have just stayed where you were and had an off angle. Oh boy, that is a brave blob-lobber right there. No way they actually scored. That's crazy. Okay. Unfortunately, they didn't actually pop the special before they went down, so you don't have a lot to work with from them to get this in. At this point, if they're not looking at you, I'm just sprinting to get this clam in, because that's about the most that is probably going to happen off of this push. And the fact that they haven't already splatted you for going this far with the power clam is a mistake on their part. That's a lack of awareness from them. But, like, we've got to get that in there as quick as we can, because that's about the most that we should expect to happen when we've been seen that long on the way forward. So we do eventually go for it. I wouldn't have even set up the wall or anything or tried to shoot at the other player. Just get in there and throw it if they're not going to stop you. All right, so we get one there. We're a little bit closer to that corner than we need to be to take that fight. You can be around the corner on the left-hand side, right side peeking it, and kind of have a bit of an angle there. Being this close means that any weapon on their team can immediately just jump out from behind the corner and be in range to hit you. And you don't want that to be the case. You want to be a little bit further back. You're pinning them down right now, which is all you need to do. You just need to give your teammate time to get in there and attack them from the front. If you let them jump out at you here, it becomes a 1v1, and they're at range, and it's just up to who hits their shots first, which is a lower percentage play than letting your teammate finish this for you. Nice pick. That was just really good range for you to be taking them out from. They weren't looking at you. Just a couple shots and they're down. They are 3 down. We should be taking some space here. Granted, you're not, like, the first weapon that I want to be pushing forward, but, like, just start getting some paint on the ground. We know where the last player is. They are marked with the power clam, and all of their teammates are gone. Any time that we spend waiting here is time that they get to respawn that we're not accomplishing anything. We don't want to be just sitting here. How long did we just sit there for? So it's 3:01 right here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's about 7 seconds before we even, step into mid like this. During that time, 2 of them have already respawned and are most of the way back in. This is a pretty slow push back up. We want to be, like, getting ourselves in a fairly aggressive position and keeping the enemy team back so that our frontliners can push forward. We don't want to be sitting all the way back there and just letting them come back in. Okay, nice. You get one shot on them. That scares them away. Pushing around the corner like that is pretty reckless. If they're not forced to look at your teammate over here, this Nautilus 100% splats you for coming around like this. And you didn't see what they were trying to do when you came around the corner. If you check and see that they're running away, then yeah, continue onward. But, well, okay, I guess you can see them around the corner. But, yeah, even then, you don't know if they're getting charge ready right now. They're close enough that they could have been doing that, and you're already jumping into the air to try and get these shots from here. You're really tunneling on that one player. There are, like, 3 things that could have killed you in the time that you were spending just being like, I want to splat this guy. You hit them once, but as soon as they're out of range, as soon as they're in a place that it's unsafe to push to, you really don't want to push that any further. You've forced them back. That's an accomplishment. Don't overcommit and end up losing yourself for it. There's a player on the top left right now that could be dropping down on you and attacking you. If the Nautilus had gotten charged during that time, they could have splatted you here. You're still not paying attention to that player that threw a bomb at you just now. And you also stood on top of your teammate who had a power clam, which is what the splatter shot was shooting at. So there are a lot of things there that could have ended up getting you splatted. But we end up getting 2, and then we can pick this up and throw that in. And now what we want to do is set up a wall that the opponents can't get through. You are far forward enough to be holding the enemy team back right now. Your teammates can go back and get the extra clams and stuff, but you're the one who is up there at the basket. If you run backwards to get more clams and then return to the basket, the enemy team can have taken the space that you vacated in that time. Because look at the situation right now. You were right up at the basket and you were safe being there. But now that you've turned around and turned your back on that for so long, it's completely unpainted. There's an enemy player that's starting to enforce that zone. You probably get stopped before you get too much in here. If you just set up a wall at the basket and make it difficult for them to get this kind of control, that lets your teammates get the clams and score them, and you're going to be able to protect them while they're doing that. So that's probably what I would have done there instead of backing up to get those clams. So, you know, I'm being critical of a push that got to 25. Like, that is a pretty good push, but here's the thing. What if you had KO'd? Okay, so we get one there. That's a little bit risky because, again, we're putting ourselves into a range where they can hit us back. So we end up winning it, but it's also kind of because they weren't paying attention to us. So this is good. We're going to be able to get this player too. I would start firing the shots a little bit earlier there. Or that's a bit of a desync. So maybe that's just some weirdness happening right there. Yeah, so maybe these fights aren't playing out exactly the way that it looks in the replay, just because they're getting bugged out. Okay. So first Kraken we've used so far, but this is a pretty good one. We're okay. We get one around the corner. If we're gonna go this deep, we probably want to be going here a little bit sooner. The other thing about Kraken is, like, you've got to bear in mind when you're going to transform back, because that's a very vulnerable state to be in. So, like, you're really close to transforming back at this point, and if you dive back this far, you're going to put yourself in so far that you can't get back out before the transformation happens. And that's going to get you splatted here. The teammate tries to smoke screen with a tri-strike, which is really smart of them, but that's still not enough. I think once you know, got in there and saw that they had gotten that far back in the corner, you probably just try and, you know, maybe get yourself back towards your team, paint a little bit with it if you can. Not too much more you're going to be able to do with the special at that point. So we don't get a lot of value out of that push. It looks like it's just a power climb and nothing more. That was awkward. I think it's just missed shots. It might also be a little bit of a weird bug there, showing us a fight that didn't go down exactly that way. But right here, you are the first player up. So yeah, we want to be a little bit safe here. If they're going to give us space, then we can, you know, move up until they're at our max range, because they really should be pushing forward through mid right now, and they're not. But it is good that we're playing it safe. No need to take any unnecessary risks here and wipe. That was risky. There were a couple of things that could have gone wrong there, but it ends up paying off because this player doesn't know we're here, and it's a good stealth play. So here's how this might not have gone the way you wanted it to. So you've kind of made yourself known over here. You've thrown some walls. You've fired some shots. So if this player with the tri-strikes were to put one, like, right behind you, closer than that one, that could have forced you forward into this fight or just splatted you or something. But because they didn't throw it quite accurately enough to do that, you're able to just kind of step out from here. That player also probably should have known you were here and not challenged the angle. Because, again, you fired a couple of shots, you threw a couple walls, but seeing that they didn't recognize, this is good play. You outplay the Nautilus there because they're trying to hit their shots on reaction and they don't have their aim on. Good job keeping your range there instead of running forward at them. If you're trying to stop this player and not just, like, cut off their escape route, because cutting off their escape route is a viable option. You have two teammates shooting at them. But if... Okay, come on now. There we go. took a while to load. If you're trying to just cut off their escape route, this makes some sense. But if you're trying to actually hit this player, you need to be aiming in front of them, because aiming in front of them, is, you know, in front of where they're trying to move, is going to stop them from being able to move forward, because they're going to hit enemy ink. They're going to get forced up out of the ink. They're not going to be able to swim anymore. If you're trying to hit this player, you need to be leading your shots instead of aiming and missing behind them. But I can totally understand you're like, well, I've got a blob-lobber who's covering this one angle here, so all I have to do is keep this guy from running backwards, and the blob should be able to get him. And the blob never got them. You also missed that they threw a bomb at their feet right as they were going down. That's a pretty common thing to do, and, you know, players get into trouble like that, so do be watching out for that, especially, like, listen for the audio cue. That's a pretty good way to find it. This is a little bit further than I would probably be pushing for this. Again, you want to be thinking about what shots the opponents can potentially see. Because even if you're not around the corner, if your shots go around the corner, your opponents know where you are. So from here, you're fine. But if you walk too far out around the spine that's on the left here, people who are around that corner that you can't see will know you're coming because of where the shots are landing. And they'll be able to kind of pinpoint where you're at and step around the corner at the right time to shoot at you. And that happens here. We're really far away from cover. And look, we can see the Nautilus with the charge, who already knows that you're in this spot. So that was dangerous. Lucky we didn't go down to them immediately. Good job trading back, I guess. You know, the Tri-Striker was... that was pretty optimistic of them to try and get it off from that position. Yeah, we should be able to wipe them just fine. We have a really big cushion there, so not a concern. I like that we're focusing on painting here. Painting is a really important defensive tool in Clam Blitz. If you paint the area around the clam basket and just keep expanding outward and outward and outward, you know from further and further forward when someone is trying to swim at the basket. And you're able to stop them sooner. You have more time to hit your shots than if you're letting them get all the way up there. So that is exactly the way that you want to play it to make sure that nobody can sneak in. You got to wipe out, so it's not like in that particular situation it was so necessary to do so, but that's a good habit to be in. That's kind of where you want to be. Oh, I got disconnected. I'll watch from the stream. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. We did kind of just finish up, so it was only a couple of minutes that you lost there. But as always, this will be recorded on YouTube. You'll be able to go to the live tab on the Squid School channel, and you'll be able to see it from there too. So, all right. So, That Gray Hat, let me know if you have any questions at all. Happy to answer any of those. But while I'm waiting for the question or absence of said questions, I'm going to finish up my dinner. Sure thing, sure thing. All right, we've got That Gray Hat back.
Alright, sorry, my family is making a little bit of noise, but hopefully that won't be much of a problem.
Yeah, no worries.
Alright, so first of all, noise.
You are echoing.
Alright, yeah. I'll try to stop that. Okay.
Are you saying something? Oh, there you are. Okay.
One moment.
No worries, no worries. Rhea asks, how do you sign up for a lesson? These lessons are for free, and you'll just message me on Discord and ask for a spot. I'll let you know which spots are available. Right now, we're out into June for the next available one. You can also reserve a lesson similar to this, just not necessarily on the Tuesday stream, via Metafy.gg. Links to both the Discord server and the Metafy can be found here. Metafy, generally way easier to get a session when you want it, especially sooner, but it does cost. It is not soup, Rhea. It is rice and beans. All right, you back?
Yeah.
All right. So did you have any questions?
Yeah. So first off, I don't main the 96 gal, but the I had a lot of other really good games that I thought had a lot of moments that I really truly did not understand why I lost after playing a really good game personally. I don't think I was supporting my team enough. For the Slatana Stamper, for example. But my question is, do you think it's possible in the future that they could add a way to view replays after a patch? Because, yeah, I don't know. It's been a problem.
The way that the replay system currently works, I think, is incompatible with that. Because what they do is they're not recording the match. They are recording a series of inputs and then re-instancing the match in an actual game. Like, it is a live game lobby with real players that's happening during a replay that are just computerized and running around, performing all of the inputs that it recorded.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is that the instance of the game, you'd need to have, like, a version that's compatible with each patch in order for those inputs to function properly and not cause, like, desyncs and stuff. So they'd have to have, like, a saved version of each patch that they are retroactively adding to the game as a way to read that replay.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Okay. It sounds kind of unlikely that they would add, but, sorry, one.
Okay.
Okay. So, I do not main the 96 gal. I have in the past, but when Splatoon 3 came out and I saw the kit it had, I was a little bit disappointed. So I kind of just stayed off it for a while. So a lot of the mistakes I made, I did notice, and I hope not to continue making those mistakes with the weapon. But yeah, the reason I didn't really want to use a replay like this one is because a lot of my mistakes were from the fact that I'm not used to using the 96 scale. But I wanted to show like some Stamper gameplay because I'm really good mechanically, but I feel like at this point I am up to S+ skill level. I just don't play the game enough really to get to that point. Okay. Sorry, my brain of thought just okay. Yeah, it's mostly my mechanical skill that has gotten me to that point, but I really don't focus on supporting my team enough, and that's why I wanted to show you replay where you could give me tips on how to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Can't really think of anything else right now.
Okay.
Yeah, just like the RNG with this weapon is like, it really is a gamble. Like, I made some really aggressive plays because I do play the 52 gal a lot, is the thing. And I didn't have any replays of that this time, but some plays that I made are ones that I would usually do with the 52 gal, and that's why I think that's why I kept getting killed by the Nautilus, because I was used to kind of how the 52 gal will function, and I know I didn't put my wall up enough, which also caused me to die a few times like that. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, if you do come up with any other questions, feel free to send me those via DM. I'd be happy to help you out with those.
Okay. Cool.
But I think that over time, 96 Deco is probably going to fall out of favor a little bit more in competitive play. Because there are definitely some specific places where I'm seeing Kraken be successful, but it feels very off meta right now. And we're not seeing a lot of top teams experimenting with it much anymore. So it's something that I think is challenging to make work. Like, you have to figure out, either how to make the main and sub weapon worth running without using that many specials, or you have to figure out how to get high value out of the Kraken. So that's where I'm at on that weapon right now. Maybe slight spoilers for whatever tier list I make later.
For figuring out how to get high value of Kraken, I feel like I have to be in a similar mindset to when I used an Ultra Stamp. It's a little hard to explain, but it's like kind of like waiting for the right time to use it. I don't think I did that great in this replay, but I have gotten a few interesting quads with the Ultra Stamp because I've waited for the right opportunity. Is that something I should look for more in the Kraken?
I don't think that once you get up to the level that you're trying to play at, you should reliably be able to get quads with either of those specials. If the enemy team plays well against them, it would take some very significant setup to ever give you that kind of an opening. I think if you get one and you don't die, then you are doing pretty well for yourself on those. Kraken is a little bit easier to survive with because you're invincible the whole time, whereas with Stamp, like, good luck not getting shot through it. But you still have to be careful about how you approach them, and you are still very easy to run away from when you go in. So, like I said, I think the goal with the Kraken is to shepherd enemy players out of position towards your team using the Kraken, to be like a sheepdog, just barking at them to get them to go in the direction that is less safe for them. So I guess that's the opposite of a sheepdog, but you get the idea. And then it's it's also really important to back off at the right moment so that, number one, you're in a good position to use the 96 gal because it's not exactly a frontline weapon. And number two, so that you're safe from anybody who might be waiting for you to transform to go back in. Alrighty.
I'm very disappointed in the burst bomb nerf. Do you think the burst bomb nerf recently have been a really good way to nerf the blast without causing too much harm on the other weapons? Because I know they tried to compensate for that in the past by buffing some of the special points, I think, especially with the Deco Carbon Roller. But I've really felt that it affects my Stamper gameplay. I'm not really sure how to compensate for that other than put some more special sub-saver on my build.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not really sure what to do about that at the time.
It's...
I haven't actually been utilizing the burst bomb as much, usually, but when I want to use the burst bomb, it feels a lot harder to do, unless I want to sacrifice a lot of other abilities on my build.
Just looking
what do you
at...
think about instead?
Just looking at the builds that I'm seeing on sendu.inc/builds right now, Chara is running a main of Sub-Saver, but just about nobody else is. They're still running... actually, no, these are older builds, it looks like. So, Chara's is from 4.3. Okay, there are a few that are newer that... like, I see some that Phoenix put up there and that Dark put up there that are from after the patch. So they're approaching it in different ways. It looks like some of that efficiency people are getting from Comeback, which I think synergizes pretty well with what a Stamper wants to run because it wants to be. A lot of them are running like quick respawn. Chara is one that's not running quick respawn, and so they're just going for the straight up efficiency instead of the if I die and come back I will have efficiency sort of thing. Char is also running LDE. But even for Chara's QR builds, not running any efficiency there. So it looks like they're just trying to play their ink tank more carefully now. And I don't see Stamper really like dropping off in a really serious way because of the nerfs. I don't think it's been so bad for them that they're not still a top tier weapon. And I think that's generally a pretty good thing. Splash and Stamper were the two weapons that I think did need to be toned down a little bit. They were really, really dominant in the metagame. It's like those three plus, or those two plus the machine were the three that were really just head and shoulders above the rest. So for them to be able to hit two top tier weapons with that same nerf and not touch that many other weapons that have burst bombs, because there really aren't that many more of them. I think that was a pretty smart choice for what to target for it. And I don't think that the nerf was so bad that any of those weapons are unusable either. I'm pretty much in agreement, at least with what they decide to do there. Really, my question is whether it was enough, to be honest. Because those two weapons are still being seen at top level and are still being considered some of the top tiers, in part because of their design and everything. FLC's tier list does a good job of explaining how even if you nerf those weapons, you can only nerf them by so much, because part of what makes them good is the way that their kit interacts with itself.
Okay. So, real quick, comeback. How long does the comeback effect last after respawning? I actually don't know.
I think it's like 10 or 20 seconds or something. Let me Google it real quick.
All right. That's pretty good. If so.
20 seconds. So
20 seconds. Okay.
20 seconds after respawn, you get more than actually okay. It's you get exactly one main, because they switched it from Splatoon 1 to Splatoon 2. They nerfed it. But you get one main of Ink Saver main, Ink Saver sub, Ink Recovery up, Run Speed up, Swim Speed up, and Special Charge up. So you're getting 60 ability points worth of gear for dying. And that lasts for 20 seconds. So if you get out, if you super jump back in, you've got about 17 seconds of being able to use those buffs. So if you go in and play really aggressively and end up dying, you just refresh the ability again, which is why people are tending to run quick respawn and come back in conjunction with each other a lot of the time.
All right, that's interesting. So I might consider trying out comeback. Might be a good addition. But yeah, I'm a 4-star stamper now. I haven't had enough time to get to 5-star lately, but I wasn't really sure for a while why Stamper was so good. It took a long time to kind of get over that beginning skill curve on the Stamper. But after I did, and now I can pop off every now and then with it, I do realize now that it feels a little bit overpowered when you can aim and land shots. It just feels like if you make one little mistake while fighting people in close range or at mid-range, you die instantly. In a lot of instances because of little bits of end lag when you're moving. But when you have really good aim, and you can aim that charge blast and figure out how to do combos efficiently, it feels pretty insane. Like it feels like you can just go in and kill people when you have, without much punishment, as long as you don't miss.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty crazy.
It is absolutely that strong.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. And also, getting value out of Zipcaster, I feel like might just be the hardest part about this weapon. Because when you use Zipcaster, you can try to get off angles on people, combo with going through them with the Zipcaster. And you kind of have to get used to that timing of getting on a wall, jumping off, and then it's a little bit different with the charge flash. You charge it up, it takes a bit longer than usual to land a shot out, and then you have to zip in and get the combo like that. But it seems to be pretty effective against backlines, and it's pretty crazy you get that level of range with Zipcaster, because you can put a lot of really confusing angles on the enemy. Especially, I've used it a lot to end the game pretty well as a distraction. I've noticed that the Zipcaster, at least at a level I'm at, really distracts the enemy team, especially if I'm using the Stamper with it, and it seems to stop them for like a decent portion of the Zipcaster usage, even if I don't kill anyone. So that I'll probably have to keep that in mind, that will change a bit how that works as I get to a high level, I assume, because people will probably learn how to deal with the Zipcaster better and will know how to not get distracted by it as much. But I've noticed that when you zip in, it kind of seems like a game of waiting. Like, you have to wait until they look away from you to get in, because it seems like they can't really go. They have to pay attention to you, or I can zip in and kill them. But if they're looking at me and they pay attention to where I'm going, then I can die pretty easily if I'm not very careful. So I'd say Stamper's a really, really high risk, high reward weapon that can do a lot of damage if you can land shots. And that's why I like it a lot, but I wasn't able to show a replay that I thought represented how I wanted to play the Stamper. There's one where I got 25 kills and won the game just through killing people, but wasn't supporting my team very well, and I wanted to get tips on how to do that. So I might, if I can set up another appointment in the future, I think I might show you a Stamper game, see if I can get that fixed.
All right. Yeah.
All right, cool.
You know where to find me.
All right, that's pretty much all for now.
All right. Sounds good.
Thanks for reviewing my replay again.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was insightful. I definitely love the 96 Gal. I was just waiting for it to get a good kit, and I think it got a great kit. Kraken coming back was something I was very surprised at. Alright, anyway, I gotta go now. So,
Alright.
Thanks for reviewing my replay.
Yeah, no problem. You have a good one.
Okay, you did.
All right. And everyone has left the call, and so now we have no more Discord icons appearing on the screen here. Okay. Do I want to make a tier list today? Let me just double check something real quick. See if I've got the time. Now the hell, let's make a tier list. I'm going to go use the restroom really quickly, and then we'll come back and do the thing that gets all of the views. In the meantime, here, have a frog. Okay. I hope you have enjoyed your time with Frog. This tier maker is probably going to look pretty funny. Let's see. Why is it that when I put in Splatoon 3 on tier maker, I get music, I get idle songs, I get maps, I get characters, I get hairstyles. I do not get weapons. This is the thing that people make tier lists about in this game. Okay. There we go. So let's really quickly reset the tier list so that it does not look like the one that FLC made. scooch over here. Stretch it out a little bit so that it is... Oh no. Oh no. Why did it do this? There. There. We'll put it a little bit above my head. Okay. I kind of feel like I would like to see just a little bit more tournament footage. So, this might be a little bit rough, but I'll get my thoughts out there for where I'm at right now, currently anyway. And then we'll talk about it. And then... Is there anything else I want to add to that? Is there literally anything else that I want to put in here? Oh, okay, we'll put this here. I'm just going to start putting things in here, I think, and then we'll talk about them afterward. That seems to be the way to go at the moment. Want that there. Yeah, I probably want that there. Oh, wait, I missed this guy. Why are there multiple versions of the... There's like this. This is a splash. This is a splash. I guess they have different colors or something. I don't know why that's the case. We'll probably drop this at the bottom of that. Probably gonna need at least one or two more below this. Change this to, that was a light green, so we change this to a dark green. Yeah. And then this one becomes blue. Yeah. Yeah, that's what that is. I should put these in this kind of order. That's a very specific tier, and I might have to adjust that depending on what we want to put down there. Where's the other one? There it is. Man, now I'm gonna have to change all the colors. We're going to add an or something here, and then probably just rename it eventually. There you are. Put this at the very top of that. Wow, how have I missed ballpoint this whole time? Do I want to put it any higher than this? I think we do. Put this underneath the rapid deco there. Do I want to put it higher than Dapples though? I don't feel like I want to put it higher than Dapples. there. So this will go here, and then, oh shoot, that's too far down. This one needs to be this, and then this one needs to be the darker blue. There was another one I had in mind for that tier. Actually, no, I think this actually flips. Does it go higher though? 96 is up. H3 is definitely down. I don't feel good putting H3 above these weapons. We'll just do the 96 dirty. We'll get some 96 lovers on us for this, but that's where I think it's at. Just do it like that, I think. Then, oh, right. Put that right there. I feel like it's higher than this. I feel like it has more potential than a lot of this. I'll put it there. Yeah, I think that's where I put that. This probably goes to the top of that tier. I don't know. It's really outclassed by the Tri-Slosher though now. Do we want to put it there? I feel like we put it down here. We'll put it there. We'll explain those situations. I'm gonna go there. This is probably like up here. I think this one's kind of niche. But we've seen it see some significant use. I think we put that there actually. I think it's actually down that far. Probably there. Where's the... Oh, there's the Zimmy. Why was it over there? And I feel like I have to put it down with the same thing. This is the ultimate example of this kind of a weapon. Big swig. Here-ish. Reflux. It's probably there. We're getting there. Did we put Charger up anywhere? No, we didn't. This is probably like hereabouts. I don't like that they've got all the Grizzco weapons. I have to sort through the Rainmaker. Like, look, they're just mixed up. Here's the Grizzco Splatana, and you've got the bucket in the middle of it. I missed like all of these weapons right here. They're just like out in the middle somewhere. Yeah. Oof. Probably there. There-ish. You down here. You are actually not too bad. Not like there. 96. I think that's all of them. Didn't miss any weapons? Okay. Do I like the names of these tiers now? I think that's about where I'm at. Okay. So, we'll start at the top. Splash is still the best weapon in the game. I think FLC did a really good job of describing why that weapon, you know, it got nerfed in two of the most important places, and it's still really good because it still has insane synergy between the main weapon, sub-weapon, and the special. It can play frontline, it can play midline, it can play backline, and be one of the best weapons in the game at doing any of those things because it is very fast and maneuverable, it has high paint, and pretty high damage output. Not the fastest out of the short-range shooters or anything like that. There are definitely still things that can beat it, but it's powerful enough that you have to respect it. It's scarier than like a spray shooter. It's very accurate, so the better you get at the game, the better your aim, the more you're going to be able to get out of this weapon. So that's really valuable. Has a very high skill ceiling. Your skill does actually factor into the weapon better than most other weapons. And being able to combo that with burst bomb directs or indirects to get picks gives it a lot of versatility in the comboing department. It can kind of pick which damage option it wants based on the situation, which synergizes extremely well with the sloshing machine and the stamper, which is why these are some of the strongest weapons in the game. It's not just that each of them are individually amazing, which they all are, it's also that they happen to work really well when you put them on a team comp together, because they all combo with each other. The sloshing machine is a weapon that is based pretty much entirely on kind of chip damage. It is a really huge hitbox that's hard to miss for at least an indirect. It has a fizzy bomb, which is going to do X amount of damage for every time that it explodes on something. It makes up for the main weapon's lack of paint with the fizzy bomb, and it gets one of the strongest specials in the game in Booyah Bomb. And, you know, we've got the... all of those things can do damage that the splash can follow up on. And Crab Tank has been nerfed, which is great. It is still very strong. And it's still one of those specials that you're going to prioritize on a team comp a lot of the time. Valimar says, unironic argument for Stringer. One-shot kill potential only outranged by the leader. Excellent object damage, can displace people behind cover. I could see it going up by one tier, and that's about all I would ever give it. But we'll talk about that when we get to it. Thank you for the donation. Do appreciate that. Okay. So those three weapons are just insane. We've talked about the machine a good bit here. Stamper, everything it does also is going to combo really well with whatever the other stuff is doing. So it can hit charge slash into weak slash, and that's a really easy kill confirm. It can replace the weak slash with a burst bomb. There are just so many options that it has to do damage, and from a very, very safe distance away. The burst bomb and the charge slash are about the same range, which is like heavy splatling range. Like seriously, go try it out in the training room. It's insane how far that thing goes. So those three have been the best weapons in the game for some time now, and that didn't change with the patch. What the patch did was bring them down a little bit lower, so that there are a couple of weapons that are knocking at the door. Honestly, I'm going to do this. And I'm just going to go through the obnoxious process of changing all of the colors. Because I don't think it's fair to put all of those options, like both of those two options, in the same category as the three at the top. So that one's fine. This one needs to go down a level. And we're going to end up in some funky territory at the bottom. We're just going to make this the color of death. Okay. That, I think, is more accurate of my opinion on the subject there. These guys are close. These are things that you'll definitely see. One issue with the heavy is that it's kind of in competition with the stamper a little bit. Like, you're probably not going to run a stamper and a heavy on the same team. There's just not quite as much aggression that way. Usually you're holding, the middle ground with either some kind of backline weapon or a little bit more of a pseudo-anchor, which is what I would classify the Stamper or the Nautilus as. So that's probably where I'd put those. Heavy has been seeing a massive uptick in popularity recently. Lots of backline weapon players have been saying that, like, it's the truth right now. It is really, really good. Wavebreaker is one of the better specials in the game, and it has never not been that way. Really great for being able to apply a little bit of chip that the others can follow up on. Not that this is a chip damage weapon at all. It is a weapon that is trying to finish its food every time it gets shots on someone. And it's mobile enough that it can move forward with the team. It's not going to get slowed down, which is one of the big reasons that you're seeing it get picked over A-leaders, that it can just move a little bit better. And it also paints pretty well, because it's got a little bit less of an accurate spray, and its charge lasts for a good amount of time. So, I mean, it's not like you're picking a heavy just because it's going to outpaint everything in the world, but it's not falling behind too badly in that department. Flingza has been the premier missile weapon for some time now. If you want missiles, you're running Flingza. It's something that you can flex onto as a backline weapon. But the thing with Flingza is that you also need to be able to move forward with this weapon. It's something where you've got to not just play it as a paint support, but you have to actually shark under ledges and go for aggressive plays sometimes and follow up with your teammates. We're seeing, when people pick that at top level, that's what you see. And I think that's a misconception people get about this weapon, that is just for painting for missiles. That's kind of your default mode, but once the missiles go out, you got to go forward and fight with them. You got to play that kind of K-shot play style where you launch the missiles and then you go and attack while they're out there. Those are the main weapons that I'm like, yeah, if you're putting a team comp together, those things make sense. I feel that these two are a little bit further down just because, again, there's a little bit of clash with... if you're going to try and run a Stamper, how can you run either one of those two as well with it? Whereas you can put any number of splashes and any number of machines on a team, and I'll look at that and be like, yeah, that probably works. Okay, reasonable alternatives to top tier. So these are weapons that are not, I think, quite at the same level, but you will still see top teams playing them and getting good results with them. We should probably bump this further than that. That's probably about where I'd put it. Okay, so Tetradulies. Tetradulies are the most aggressive weapon in the entire game. They are a weapon that will create space if you just fling it at the enemy team, which is exactly what you do. You just run in and try to get picks and try to get trades. It's really good at drawing people off in directions that you don't want them, in directions that they don't want to go in. It's one of the best benefactors of the quick respawn metagame, where, if the maps are hallways, just run up the hallway faster than the other guy and get back from having run up the hallway and died faster than the other guy. And you get a very similar kind of idea out of the Tri Nouveau, which is going to be popping tacticoolers and, again, just running up that hallway, sharking for a pick, getting that pick, and then, holding forward and trying to get a second trade or something like that. And if you can accomplish that, you've done your job, because they're going to be respawning for 10 seconds, you're going to be respawning for 3, you're back in the game, your team has a huge numbers advantage and a lot of space. So those two are seeing a lot of play right now. I don't know that I'd put the Tri Nouveau up quite that high. I'd probably put it back here a little bit. I think the perspective of that weapon is being skewed just a little bit by the fact that Kyo is playing it right now, and Kyo is just one of the best North American players to ever touch the game. So he's making it look really good right now. I think that the range of the Tri and the relative lack of paint does hurt it a lot. The Fizzy Bomb does help to make up for that. I don't think it completely makes up for that, although it is a really fun approach tool as well. 52 is probably what I'd put in next. 52 accomplishes aggression in a different way, in a more deliberate way, but it's also more secure and less likely to get splatted, and so that enables it to play, in a somewhat different way. It's pretty good at holding ground. It's got just really solid range, really solid kill time. Still paints very well. Like, this is something that is not at all a liability to the team on zones, despite the relatively lower fire rate. So that's solid all modes. Like, you could solo main 52 and totally be fine doing it. Do I want ballpoint this high? I just don't know what else I want to even put above ballpoint, because I don't think that there's anything else that I would. Yeah, we'll put ballpoint there for the time being. Ballpoint has been seeing a huge rise in popularity. There were, buffs to inkjet, which make it actually a lot more viable, and ballpoint actually tends to like to go to places where you can take full advantage of that inkjet buff. Because the inkjet buff lets you go higher and get up onto the top of stuff that would be more difficult to reach. Well, if the ballpoint is already in high ground, and then it jets up really high in the air, that makes it really, really difficult to punish. You need something super long range to be able to catch it. And so that's something that we've been seeing. Like, you see ballpoint, for example, pushing up onto Bunker of Manta Maria and using those walls. You'll see ballpoints raining down with the inkjet from the top of the area on Flounder. Because how do you shoot up at that thing when it's that high in the air? So there are definitely ways that you can get around the biggest weakness on this kit, which is 100% the inkjet. I am not a backline player, and so I don't know for sure, because one of the problems I've always had with this weapon is that you need to juggle the fact that you have a fizzy bomb with the fact that you want to be holding your charge the whole time. And up until this point, I have not been convinced that it can do that, because I haven't seen it. But FLC is now saying that that is a thing he believes this weapon can do. And so I'm just going on blind faith that that is a way that this weapon can function. We have seen it be played by New Meta in that recent tournament that we talked about. I haven't been able to go, like I said, I wanted to go and see more tournaments and see how the comps are shaping up in those other tournaments, because teams have really been scrambling, and so people are going to be trying a lot of new comps right now at top level. This is kind of a good time to look at people experiment and see what's working. And I haven't had enough of a chance to really see people using ballpoint since that event. But that event made it look really good, and I've been seeing a lot of people trying to pick it up, so I'm on board. Main weapon, I think, better straight up than the heavy. It's a kit problem that I think keeps it a tier lower. Okay, we already talked about Tri Nouveau. E-Leader is extremely powerful, but pretty situational. There are only certain maps that you'll ever see a top team pull out an E-Leader, but when they do pull it out, it's pretty consistent that they're going to pull it out there, and it's going to have a pretty significant impact. So this is something that I'm putting down in this tier because, again, it's very situational, but this high because it is powerful when it's there. Lots of map control, very, very long range. It's something that, if you can hit your shots on that thing, the enemy team has to respect it. There are only so many ways to approach it because the maps are hallways, so there are certain maps where putting an E-Leader up is just incredibly frustrating. I've seen double E-Leader comps work on Mincemeat. It's stupid. There's no place that a double E-Leader should ever work, but it seems to work there a little bit. So, yeah, hate this, but there it is. Wiper. I should put Wiper probably above E-Leader, but that's about as high as I'm going to put it. I think that this weapon is worse than Tetradules, and I still think so. It got buffed in terms of its hammer. Hammer works a lot better, and so it has only been buffed by the recent patch. Hammer's still not good enough to carry the weapon or anything like that. And Torpedo at top level is not that great because it's going to get shot down a lot, especially since you're going to favor weapons that aren't going to be offset too badly by having to look up and shoot at it, because you're dealing with these things. Really easy to hit with a slosher shot, really easy to shoot with a shooter. Burst bombs will take them out. Lots of different options there. It's most annoying for the heavy, but even then, not that bad. They aim up, waste a few of their shots out of their charge, but still get to use most of the charge. And it's the main weapon, really, that's carrying it as hard as it is. And this is a very hot take that a lot of people will disagree with. I think that the main weapon of the Wiper is actually worse than the main weapon of the Tetradules. And I think that's really what it comes down to between those two weapons, because both of their kits are trash. But auto bombs, they're easy to manipulate, and they're not going to be that annoying. They're probably less annoying in terms of displacement than a torpedo, but at least they're actually going to explode. You can't stop an auto bomb from exploding. And you can throw this off of a crab tank and get splats that way. You know, you've got that utility at least. And you can't say the same about a torpedo. I think that this weapon just has like pretty low damage, and it really, really depends on kiting if it's going to actually get picks. Kiting or chip damage. And kiting is a really weak strategy in this game, as we can see from the placement of these fellas right here, because of the map design. I think in a game where you can draw people's attention to like an opposite corner of the map and make that work as your strategy, that's going to be a lot more impactful. Like, put this on the reef. Oh my god, I hate that thing. Like, it's going to be such a pain. But we do not have a map that is like the reef. We only have maps that are like hallways. And so there's less room to draw people around in. This is a weapon that kind of has to play the QR play style, and I'd rather have probably one of these if we're gonna go for that even. So yeah, I would probably prefer to have Tetras on my team over this. One thing that this does have is that it's more paint positive. Tetras are just not going to put a lot out there, so that's one advantage that this will have. Although it has to not throw torpedoes and actually use the main weapon to get there. It does have a short range one shot, and it has slightly longer range. I would still prefer to have one of these, I think, if I'm really thinking about it. And this is also probably a bit harder, I think, technically speaking, than this weapon is. I think that the aiming requirement to use these is a lot more difficult than the aiming requirement to use this. This has a bigger hitbox, and you don't have to be like moving at the same time that you're firing like you do with the Tetras. Like, to really get full value out of Tetras, you've got to be able to hit shots while you're dodge rolling, not after you dodge roll like any other dualies, but while you're dodge rolling, and that's hard. Okay, we talked about leader. Carbon Deco is the best ambush weapon in the game. If you're willing to devote your whole rest of your team to painting for this thing and setting it up, it will just occasionally pop off, even at top level. Like, there are players who can just take this into any lobby and get splats with it. The problem is that it has the big, huge, glaring weakness that it cannot paint for itself and desperately needs paint in order to function. It's one of the most paint-dependent kind of play styles in the game, so you really need to set up your entire team around this thing, and that's not something that every team is always willing to do. But, you know, you put this on a team with a splash, it has burst bomb combos. The splash can hit the burst bomb, and then it can one-shot something. You know, the same kind of ideas with the machine and the stamper. Like, it has a lot of combo potential there, and it kills even faster than any of these things do. And that can be nice. Plus, Zuka has gotten a nice little buff, so it's in a better place than it was last season. Nautilus is the alternative, I think, to like a stamper if you want a pseudo anchor. Well, okay, there's the Flingza too. I forgot about the Flingza. So it's got the bronze medal at least for that kind of play style. It's a really, really strong slaying weapon. Something that, you know, if you played Nautilus back in Splatoon 2, you can absolutely carry those skills over onto this weapon. The point sensor is not anywhere near as bad as it was in previous games, and Rain is kind of being considered one of the sleeper solid specials in the game. Like, it's kind of like Wavebreaker in that not a lot has been happening with it recently, and it's not necessarily on all the best weapons ever, but it works. You know, it clears an area, and when the maps are hallways like they are and they're skinny as they are, it can be hard to find a way around the Inkstorm. So I think this is still really solid. I'm not, you know, complaining if a competitive teammate wants to play it. This is another weapon that you really need to set up with paint in order to be as successful with. So you got to be careful about that, but still not super complaining. Splatter Shot is on the cusp here. It's not, like, I just have trouble thinking of a time that I would like to run it instead of a splash, because I'd probably just rather have a crab tank than have a Zuka, even though the Zuka is very fun, and, you know, when it gets picks, it feels very satisfying to get them. It's just not as consistent at getting them, I think, as a crab tank is. Because even if a crab tank doesn't get picks, it forces people out of position. It forces them to play a certain way. It's out for a very long time, longer than the Zuka is, the threat of the Zuka is. If you know where the Zuka is looking, then you don't really have to worry about it as much. If you know where the crab tank is looking, that's great. What do you do about the crab tank? You need to invest something else in splatting it. Zuka also makes you a lot more vulnerable. So, in comparing the short-range shooters here, better bomb for comboing with the rest of the cast here, which all is very chip damage dependent, doesn't have the same bomb. So it's just like, there's not really that good of a reason to pick it over a splash, but if that is an alternative you're looking for, I do think it is on the level of these other weapons in a vacuum. It's just really solid kill time, very fast kill time. Pretty consistent in terms of damage output, more so than the 52 in terms of accuracy. It's like, it definitely works. Like, if I'm in range of the Wiper, I should be able to beat the Wiper. If I'm in range of the Tetras, I should be able to beat the Tetras with a splatter shot in the 1v1. I should be able to outpaint one of these and, paint enough that it's difficult for one of these to move around. Tri-Slosher is a pretty tough matchup, but it feels like it's in about that ballpark. Just, again, so outclassed that it's really on the bottom end towards there. Okay. So the Tri-Strike weapons, the two T-Techs, I think have been a little bit overrated. I think that having played it a lot, I just don't get that much value out of Tri-Strike. I love playing the weapon for the splat bomb and for, being a weapon that I know how to play pretty well. But, when it all comes down to it, sure, I can, throw a Tri-Strike at a crab and make it move. Sure, there are some set plays that you can make work where you get them to land at different times and try and, move people around. And I think that this particularly is probably the best user of Tri-Strike in the game. Do I disagree with that? No, I agree with that. Because the idea here is you're not just throwing a Tri-Strike, you're throwing a bomb, and then 3 hits of Tri-Strike, and then another bomb. And you're able to get this kind of pseudo-bomb rush or pseudo-missiles effect from having that many deadly hitboxes all out at once. You can't do that as well with anything else in the game, I think. Okay, you can do it with the bucket, but that has its own problems. I don't think that the suction bomb works as well for that combo. The advantage that you have with this weapon is the better accuracy, and again, we talked about skill ceiling. The higher up you get, the more this main weapon starts to look nicer than this main weapon for the mobility, the not that much slower kill time, the better paint output, and the accuracy when you're jumping. But the range and the lower shots to kill makes this really nice. So it's kind of really situational, I would say, player by player, and also maybe map mode by map mode, whether you would prefer one of these or the other. But it's just not as strong as the K-Shot was, right? The K-Shot had missiles and got to do all of these other same things. This has Tri-Strike, and Tri-Strike is not missiles. Tri-Strike is not even Bomb Rush. And I wouldn't go so far as FLC would to say that Tri-Strike is absolute crap and demotes the weapon into the shadow realm. I think that when he says that, he's trying to just make a point he's making strongly enough that it gets taken seriously and people consider it. But I also would not put it on the same level as the vanilla shot right now, because I just think that this special is better. All right, Squeezer. Main weapon has always been insane, and that's the main thing that's carrying it. And I think it gets to be a little bit higher now because of Zuka. I still think Splash Wall is just not a good fit for it at all. Maybe this is going to see more usage. I've heard some people saying that it's been used in some tournaments recently, and so maybe it would need to get bumped up into the same vicinity as the splatter shot here. But it's also a mid-range weapon that has to compete with these guys that doesn't get as good of a special as this guy. And so it feels kind of hard to justify sometimes, I think. It's also a wall weapon that has to compete with this guy. So I don't know how I feel about Squeezer. I don't play Squeezer. Not very well at all. So it's hard for me to judge where it is at any point in time. And then a lot of this is based on kind of more what I'm hearing than anything else. Also, yes, it does have the problem of hurting people's fingers. And so you're going to see it used less and see it pushed less for that reason. Okay, brush. Brush, sometimes I feel like it works and sometimes I feel like it doesn't. It's a really good way to add a whole bunch of chip damage and also be able to flank at the same time. It's something that is just going to be living on the annoying side routes. And you know what? If the Reef is in the game, if we have more maps like the Reef, I put this up at least 2 tiers. There just isn't as much of a space to flank with this weapon. Weapons need to be able to force their way kind of in the front door more than they need to be able to flank. And this weapon is so dependent on flanking and so dependent on making people respect its flanks that I think it falls off a little bit there. But the kit works with it really well. And Whale, if you're trying to build a chip damage comp, if you're trying to make it really annoying to just dodge all of the things people are throwing at you, this can be really painful to try and fight against. Like Whale, especially in combination with other Whales, in combination with, random burst bombs or chip damage, it can definitely put in some work and make it really difficult for the enemy team to move. It's a little bit on the underwhelming side compared to some of the top tier specials, but it's definitely very functional. And the brush is able to use it to spread it out and get those lasers on target pretty darn well. Slosher, its biggest problem is just that machine exists. It's like, this is just a better version of this in almost every way. If you're gonna, the main weapon's gonna do the same kinds of things. The special is just straight up better, I would say. The sub happens to combo with this really well, whereas this one, if you're gonna get something done with the sub, it's either displacement or just straight up splatting them. So I'd just pick a machine if you're a bucket right now. I don't see a use case for this over that, but that's not to say that it's bad. It's in probably, same kind of vicinity as the T-Tech for being able to use its special combo. Main weapon is still very solid. Like, a Slosher is not a problem to have on a team at all. Just outclassed, I'd say. Blaster is, so close to working. I love it so much, and I want it to work, but it just always feels like too much of a liability in terms of paint. It feels like the amount of kills that it's able to get aren't always worth it, and so I can just never feel comfortable one-tricking that weapon. I always just feel like I'm getting a little bit more out of any other weapon that I play. Just going to be these guys here. So it's just kind of in the dustbin right now, waiting for some moment to shine. Same kind of deal with splat dualies here as the V-Slosher, where, okay, yes, you can use them, and maybe there's even a niche use case where you can roll over the top of ink, and if you want to dive with them to go and do something more. But also this weapon exists, and it has a bomb that fits into the metagame better right now, so just use this one. That's about where it is. It's it can be a discount splash-o-matic, but again, why use that when Splash is over here? It's looking right at you. I feel like by that justification, I kind of need to put it up here instead. Because that's about how I feel about the splatter shot. I think that's where that goes. Okay. Squiffer, if you can hit shots with it, it is a very good weapon. If you cannot hit shots with it, the kit is doing absolutely nothing for you, and you're not going to have a fun time. So it's very, very skill dependent, and it's you can kind of get bullied from range by some of these options here. You can kind of get chipped out. It doesn't have any addition to chip damage. It's literally just, can you, as a Squiffer player, be a god on the main weapon and make that function? So high risk, high reward. If you're going to play it, one-trick it and become the best Squiffer that's ever been. And then it's got a shot. Hydra, they're, the other ballpoint, the ballpoint and the heavy are seeing more play right now for their mobility, for their speed. It's got a booyah, which is a better special for it, and it does have a lethal bomb, which is really nice. It's useful for checking corners and stuff, keeping itself safe. And you can't push in against it very easily, but the challenge at top level is, can you push in, not can you defend. And so this weapon loses out on some cycles because it's a slower moving weapon than the other two. And I think that's too much of a problem for it to put it up higher than this. Do I put it higher than... I feel like Blaster's a little too high. I put it like hereabouts. Explo. Do I put this at the same place? Higher? I'll put it a little bit higher. Explo paints a ton, which is really nice. And it's a really good kind of assistant to chip damage. If you blunder into the Explo's range, it's a very dangerous thing in the current meta because there's so many things that can finish off the kill for it. So that's really nice. And it's one of the best point sensor users in the game because it is able to actually use that to see someone and slosh over a wall to hit them. It has really big mobility problems, and if you get on top of this thing, it's omega dead. So it really needs to be checking its corners extremely carefully, and that impacts the speed at which it can move up. It can kind of challenge an E-liter by hitting up over ledges and stuff, but Heavy is going to have a more consistent impact. It's a little bit less ink hungry. It's going to be able to move up faster, so it's generally enjoying a little bit more use than the Explo right now. Because again, speed is really important. When you get a fight win, you need to be able to push up with that quickly, and moving up quickly is not something that either of these two weapons do very well. Range Blaster is one of those weapons where I'm like, I've heard so many times, like, hey, if you're really good with it, it's good. And I've seen it used at top level in Japanese play, so I believe that, rather than, listening to people who are like, oh, yeah, if you just keep working at those sploosh, it's really good, guys. With this weapon, I actually believe those stories, but also it's extremely hard and has some very big weaknesses it has to work around. It's very immobile, because even when it does paint its feet, it does so very slowly with a lot of end lag. And painting is going to be a really slow, laborious process for it. So it's extremely dependent on its team to paint for it, more than most weapons in the game. But, what you get out of it is a pretty good zoning tool. You're able to hit up over ledges in ways that most weapons can't from a really good range that does a lot of damage. And it gets a wave breaker, which is a really solid special for it, if it ever gets it at all during the match, because it takes so long to farm it. So, nothing, so weak about it that it can't be played, but it's also just... a lot of people are just going to switch to Stamper off the Range Blaster right now. You're not going to see that too much. ZNF... I think, same problem with Tri-Strike. Wall on a charger is always fine. And the wall, I think, puts it in a better place than this charger, even just comparing the sub-weapons, because the charger's problem is that it needs to get pretty close to the opponent relative to like an E-liter to be able to hit shots. And that can be dangerous for it. There are weapons that can run it down when it does that. I think the wall is more reliable at helping keep it safe while it does that. It's going to be a little bit more visible when it puts the wall out, but it's going to keep it a little bit safer. And the special is just leagues better than the ink vac. There are very few situations where you want to have that ink vac, I think. So I'd put the ZNF thereabouts, right at the edge of viability. Definitely something where if you're a charger main, like you're considering switching over to it, there are definitely situations where you're thinking, yeah, ZNF would probably be better here. Somewhere in this tier is where I would cut off the quote-unquote viability tier, where like this is a weapon that you could get away with using at top level. I think like the tier below it, it's like I could be convinced that there is a situation maybe in which you could use it at top level and it would work. But as far as a reliable main, I probably would just stick to this tier and above if I'm going to be like one-tricking it or something. These I'd probably pull from maybe on a case-by-case basis. Or if, like, you're, again, a God Squiffer, in which case, maybe, I don't know. It's really difficult to place this thing because it's just so dependent on being able to do exactly that one thing. It's hard to order them there, but that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. Rapid Deco, man, I've tried it. I like it. It's fun. I don't think it's quite good enough. Torpedoes get shot down too much and take up too much of your ink tank, so you're not going to be able to get a lot of good combos off them unless you're rolling those torpedoes. And rolling the torpedoes is really good because it gets you some extra chip damage, but you're very likely to get indirects if you're just rolling them willy-nilly, and indirects do not combo super well. You're really looking for the direct, like, 60 damage hitbox. Wait. Hold on. Indirect shots don't combo with the direct, is what I'm trying to say here. I don't know what I was off on there, but just delete all of that from your memory. So you still need to be hitting directs with this thing and then comboing that with something, which works pretty well with the chip damage weapons, and that's how I've been seeing the most success. But when people know how to play around this thing's range and know how to shoot down torpedoes and know how to focus down inkjets, I just don't think there's quite enough on the kit to salvage it. A lot of fun. Again, I love playing this weapon. I'm probably only ever going to try using it in tower control. I don't think it's my best option anyplace else, so that's where I'm putting it. This guy, I mean, it gets burst bombs, which is nice. L3 plus burst bomb is a really good combination. We've seen that work before. The problem is it gets hammer, and hammer's not as useful to it. So, you know, if you really need a hammer, you're probably picking a wiper instead. Main weapon sub combo works well enough that, like, you could see it being used in some cases, but there are definitely better options. I don't know why you'd want to opt into that particular special. If you're going to run an inkjet, I think you're going to run the Rapid Deco or the Ballpoint first before you run the Try. But there are certain maps where you like it, like top of Flounder Heights, for example. It rains down on people really well, and it's a more solid main weapon than I would say you'd see in, like, this tier down here. So you can make it work a little better. Sub is doing absolutely nothing for it. If it got a burst bomb, I would immediately be considering it as part of my rotation, but it just doesn't have it. Zimmy is the best bubbler user, big bubbler user in the game, I think. If you're specifically trying to farm for that, obviously I've put Blaster up higher, but that's not because of the big bubbler. Big bubbler is kind of nice for it. It helps it be aggressive, but if you're going specifically for big bubblers and you're trying to get a paint support for that, that's your Zimmy here. It got buffed, but big bubbler is still not great, and it's still going to get shredded by a lot of the meta picks, so I have it pretty far down for that reason. This weapon is if you want to turn your backliner into a paint bot, and that's about all I think it's really going to do for you. There are just so many better slaying options for it, but it can move forward and it can paint. And if that's all you need your backliner to be able to do, I guess you can get away with running it. But it's really not going to do too much except take up a little bit of space on the map with its paint, and depend on its teammates to do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of fighting for it. All right. Moving on down to, there's probably some random top Japanese player who can make it work, I guess, is an important part of that. So we've seen the dapples used in some very niche situations in Rainmaker. So that's why they're here. They basically teleport, and if you ever get in range of them, then you are uber dead. One of the most reliable weapons at getting people really dead when they get in range. The problem is they don't have any range at all, and it's terrible. Beacons are nice for being able to, like, get into annoying positions and stay on the map, but they're also not going to let the dapples close distance with anything. Torpedoes are going to get people to, like, look up and shoot them maybe, but even then, a lot of the time I find that it is perfectly possible to shoot the torpedo and also back up and get out of the dapples' range if they're trying to approach with them. A lot of the short-range shooters that are in play right now, like anything in a tier above it that is a short-range shooter, should just not lose to dapples. They should be able to paint their way well enough that they don't get sharked by them. and they should be able to just kite them back and not get killed. So I don't have a high opinion of the main weapon, but it can work as a sharking threat. The kit on this one can work for like Rainmaker for accelerating pushes really quickly. And if you do get sharked by one, you are definitely going to die. Octobrush is one of the better Zipcaster users, but Zipcaster is really hard, and you have to position very carefully to get full use out of this thing. One nice thing about the extra range is that it allows you to slosh down over edges more reliably. You can kind of take pseudo slosher positions with that thing and like hit over the top of stuff, and that can be a way that you get value out of it. So it's definitely, you know, got a representative or two out of top players. Not very many at all, but it's got a few. Tri-stringer, I'm very hesitant about. Like, it feels... I think I'm in a good spot putting it here. I was considering putting it down into this tier. This is closer to where FLC would have it, I think. But I think I'm going to put it here because I think that one of the nice things about this weapon is that it can have an impact on anything that's happening, any fight that's happening on the field. And so while I think its individual slaying power is still pretty weak, like the one shot is just way harder to hit than it is on a charger. So it's going to get it less often. And chargers already don't hit a lot of shots at top level because people just don't peek them. So having less range than like an E-liter and a harder shot than an E-liter, just pick an E-liter if that's the sort of pressure you're looking for. But what it does have is the ability to do a little bit of chip damage, which again combos pretty well with other stuff that's in the meta right now. And to be able to fire whales at whatever fight happens to be going on to help out with them. I think that puts it a little bit more on the viable side of things. So I'm going to leave it there. Mini, man, the main weapon sub-weapon combo is so good. And then it just gets its Monozuka and does barely anything with the hammer. But I mean, hammer's a little bit better now. It's a little bit of an answer to Crab in some very situational ways. It's not the worst thing. I wouldn't run it at top level, but I could see this, you know, being played fairly high up competitively speaking. And, you know, you give this thing to Niagara and it's still terrifying. So, that's where I'd put it. I think hammer is just a really poor fit for it. It's just going to keep throwing it. Okay, Z-Tech. Thank you for the donation, by the way. No silliness. The kit works well, and a lot more people use it. It's def better than Explosher, for example, but it can still get more shots quickly pumped out. I think one big thing that's also hurting the Tri-Stringer is its lack of paint output. Because, like, you can run Explo on zones, and it will just output more paint than, like, every other weapon on the field. And you can't really say the same about the Tri-Stringer. So, yeah, I'm still a little bit down on the Tri-Stringer. I don't think it's quite that high. If I were to move it up, it would be like bottom of this tier still, I think. Okay, so now we have the incredibly situational choices. The choices where it's like, why are you even picking this weapon if it's literally only going to work on like this one kind of concept? With the Zap, this used to be like the prime tacticooler weapon, except that now we have the Tri-Nouveau. But the situation is you really want even more tacticoolers than you're going to get from the Tri-Nouveau, which is like, I don't feel like that's much of a thing, but maybe you see it used. Oh, my head's in the way. I need to scroll down a little bit more. Maybe you see it used occasionally in Rainmaker, I guess. Maybe. That's like the one very situational, probably not going to be a thing time that you would ever see reason to use it. The vanilla charger, again, you probably just want an E-liter. If you're going to run the splat charger, you're probably going to run a ZNF. But maybe if you're on like Rainmaker Eeltail and you really need to just shove the Rainmaker up through that choke point, and your team all calls out, yeah, we definitely need an ink vac, and you disagree with them in your mind, but you're like, okay, fine, I can run this and make you guys happy. And that's about when you would run a Splat Charger. Dynamo, you run on Flounder Heights to slosh over the top of the wall, and that's about it. I can't think of another situation where I would want to have a Dynamo for any reason. Probably only on like Rainmaker, because then at least you can pop Tactical Cooler and they can get value out of running faster with it. And then this thing, you can run Opening Gambit on it, and the thing is, you get a lot of point sensor assists, and so as long as you're able to keep the string of point sensor assists going, you get to just keep being an Opening Gambit, Nova, which is very silly and funny, but also, why would you do that when all of these other weapons exist? So that's at the very bottom of that tier. The main weapon, in a vacuum is absolute garbage. Like, really, really, really trash. Having to hit 5 shots is bad enough. Like, that is already enough to keep a weapon outside of the top tiers. But for them to come out that slow and to paint that mediocrely for how, there's just not a lot going for this weapon here. The special, again, like, is a way to kind of keep the Opening Gambit going, and that's what you got. That's what you're gonna work with here. This isn't even the worst kit that they could give it. I don't think the main weapon is absolutely what needs the most work out of the Splattershot Nova. I think they could make it so that it takes 1 shot fewer to kill, and it's still fine. It does not need, any kind of extra attention, even if it gets that big of a buff. So, definitely not in a great spot. Okay. These are the weapons where I'm like, it's like, they're not bad weapons, but also if I'm on any kind of a competitive team, I don't feel like I could really justify them unless I'm at a low-level comp team where I'm at the point where comps don't really matter that much just yet, and it's better for us to play our comfort picks while we learn how to coordinate with each other. That's really what defines this tier, I feel. It's like, these are weapons that, like, okay, if I'm playing with a low-level comp player, it's fine that they pick this. I'm not complaining, especially if it's the one that they're used to. They're going to do better on it with that, so that we'll let it run. But, and that's not to say that it's only low-level comp players who play these weapons, but I think for everybody else, there are, better options than these guys. So, like, 96 Deco is the best Kraken weapon in the game. I don't think you want to Kraken. I'm going full heel turn. I don't think Kraken is like the second best special in the game anymore. I don't think it's even a good special. I think it is something that you don't want on your team. I think that it is too easy to counterplay, and that it is just not having enough impact. If you're going to run Kraken, you need to run it with an extremely aggressive team comp that is you're going to be able to shepherd enemy players into. And I'm not seeing very many people make that sort of thing work. You see it with, like, new meta from, their comp that they run with the brush and the tetras, where they try to shepherd people into the brush and the tetras. And that's about the best case scenario for it. But I don't think that you want to be using that when you could be using one of these other options to do that exact thing. The 96 is, not the most reliable main weapon. It's got good range and good damage, but missing so many shots just for no reason hurts. Being so immobile, especially while shooting, hurts. The wall helps it a lot, again, and it's, again, not the worst main weapon sub combination at all, but you're going to run this weapon for its special, right? Otherwise, you're looking for something like the 52 gal over here. And I would much rather have a whale on my team than have a Kraken. So I'm putting it down here. Also, the 52 is going to do the wall plus gal thing better, I think, than this will do. I think that what you gain in range is more than made up for by mobility, paint output, time to kill. There's just a lot of advantages that the range is really the only thing you're getting out of the 96 versus the 52. Rapid, again, really solid main weapon, and they just have really a lot of trouble giving it a kit that is going to get it all the way up into the top tiers. The mine is just not what it wants. I don't really see it getting a lot of value out of the mines most of the time. And Tri-Strike is like fine, but not fantastic. And again, I'd much rather have the torpedo than the mine to be able to combo with and to be able to help take fights at close range. Like, this weapon is so much more survivable than this thing, because dropping a torpedo at your feet makes it so that now you're only one shot away from splatting that guy who got on top of you. Like, this could, in theory, function as a short-range Slayer weapon if you were insane enough to try and make that happen. This weapon, it just does not have the kill time to do anything like that. Again, I'm not recommending you try and play it this way, but, like, compared to this thing, it's, you know, a 52 gal. So, much more fragile, and the special you're getting is not worth that much more. Arguably, Inkjet is maybe even better right now. That's a hot take and a half, but it's definitely, you know, not being held back too much by that, and I think the different sub-weapon makes a big difference for it. GooTuber, it farms missiles, and it doesn't farm them in as healthy a way as the Flingza does, where the Flingza can actually go in and fight after it uses them. This is basically just going to go for tap shots a lot of the time. It's not in a great spot. If you're going to run a charger, there are a lot of different options. If you're trying to go for the like short range charger kind of play style, play a Squiffer. There's not a lot that it has going for it that sets it up apart that would make someone want to use it. Again, not too bad. You know, we did see people using it early on as a potential missiles option, but, you know, it works. It's not terrible. It's not great either. C Junior, again, my thoughts on Torpedo have definitely worsened as time has gone on, especially as I have played more of this guy. I think it's too easy to shoot those things down, and that if a player at a certain level of skill will just not get hit by those. So Wavebreaker is great, and being able to farm Wavebreakers is great, but that's all you're getting out of this thing, and I don't think that's enough. I think that you have better options for Wavebreaker with the Heavy, with the E-Leader, with the Range Blaster, even though it's not going to get that many of them, because they have main weapons and kits that are going to be able to actually fight and hold ground. And as such, it, you know, especially given that you don't have that much combo potential with the Torpedo, and the Torpedo is probably going to get shut down, it's kind of just another spray shooter, you know? It's a better main weapon than, like, an Aerospray, but only by so much. One nice thing about it is that, you know, if you really need someone to, they can play semi-aggressively. They can kind of slay with it a little bit, but that is not what you're trying to... That's a solo queue kind of thought process, where it's like, well, my comp sucks, so I have to play forward. And that weapon can do it in solo queue. At top levels of play, though, you're going to pick all of the weapons very intentionally, and so you're not going to pick it for that reason. This weapon is a weapon that gets a lot of splat bombs and paints really well. Unfortunately, it's painting for Big Bubbler, which sets it way far back. You know, if this weapon had armor, it's a top tier. If this weapon got, you know, let's say missiles, it's a top tier. It doesn't get, you know, anything that's really worth dedicating an entire weapon to spamming. And, you know, it has the bombs and stuff that set it apart from this. That's why, you know, those are in the order that they're in. But, yeah, I don't know. It's just not doing enough with the main weapon. This is, you know, a decent slaying weapon that gets Booyah Bomb, a bit pain hungry. But, hey, so there's this guy right here. And there's not much of a reason to pick this guy when this guy exists. This guy up here plays better into chip compositions. It's got fizzy bombs, which are going to paint a lot better than the suction bombs, while being, I think, more ink efficient, if anything. I might be wrong about that. I'll have to check, but still, just like, this is an everything you can do, I can do better sort of situation. It's too outclassed. The orange zap, I tried it. You know, the main weapon is fine. The sub-weapon is okay, and the special is very mediocre. And so when I found that, okay, Super Chump is really not that great, this is by far the best Super Chump user. Nobody is running Super Chumps on purpose. Like, there's just not that much of a reason to run it. So this one is very aggressively mid. It's like nothing that it does is stand out bad, but the problem is that nothing it does is stand out either. There are better painters, there are, better bombs to use, and there are better specials to have. So, like, and there are also better slayers. So why have it? Bamboo, we have seen, Cherry Limeade run it. That's about all that we've seen run it, like, at all. Those are the only Bamboo players that are out there. Main weapon, is fine. The kit just doesn't synergize super well for it. It doesn't get a lot out of having Whale. Whale is not a really high priority special, so it kind of lands in the aggressively mid category. Glugas, they have this great little thing where they throw out a wall and then they roll to it, and they're at the perfect range behind it. This is a weapon that you have to respect the slaying power of, but its fire rate just sucks. Oh, fire rate is god-awful on this thing. The fact that it can't paint super well, the fact that it's so punishing to miss shots, it's just really, really not that good. It also, object damage is super important in this game, and DPS, fire rate, is a really important factor in that. And so even though this thing has good burst damage, only needs to two-shot someone, the DPS is just not there. So main weapon is really holding it back. Kit's great for it. Again, Booyah Bomb, one of the best specials in the game. A wall that it works with really well and keeps it safe pretty well, but main weapon's just not there. Dually Squelchers would be a phenomenal weapon, and were a phenomenal weapon in Splatoon 2. Problem is that this game does not have flank routes, and this is a weapon that really needs to be backing up into corners instead of backing up and giving up space to the enemy team. It has the problem that it's a weirdly similar problem to what the Kraken has, where it's using it as a surrender of your ability to use space. If you're in FLC does a really good explanation of this, but if you've got a narrow corridor that this weapon has to hold down, it can't do that. It has to back up and give up space down that corridor. And even if it gets the pick, now it's backed up so far that at this point, when it tries to walk forward again, it runs into more of the enemy team. So if it had a corner, a sideways direction that it could back away in and distract people, same kind of problem that you have with the brush, then it could back up in that direction. But as such, low kill time, mid paint output, special's fine, but they're, again, better Wavebreaker users that we've discussed, so it's not doing too hot right now. Big Swig is having this is a major glow up for the Big Swig, right? This is, the Dually Squelchers are embarrassed to be in the same room as the Big Swig right now, because the Dually Squelchers have had a major fall from grace. Big Swig has just been on the grind. It's on that Sigma grind set, man. It's really, really climbing its way up. Because there was a time where I thought this was the absolute worst weapon in the entire game. And now we've made it up to about, upper mid tier. So, doing okay for itself. It does halfway reliable damage, and it paints a lot. And its kit is garbage. Its kit's not doing an awful lot for it. I guess it can use the wall to try and stay alive because of its slow kill time. The VAC is an ink vac, one of the weakest specials in the game. Very, very situational when you can ever make one of those things work. But it paints a lot, and it can help you cheese the zone. And so sometimes you can use it that way. And the damage that it has is actually something you might sometimes occasionally have to respect a little bit. So that's neat. That helps. L3, it gets a lot of crabs, which isn't too bad. But, what else gets a lot of crabs? The single best weapon in the entire game. So, I don't know what you're doing with an L3 and a curling bomb otherwise. Compared to a splash and a burst bomb. Don't see it. Hey, so speaking of weapons that get crabs, and that don't get as many crabs as the best weapon in the game and don't really fight as well as the best weapon in the game. I mean, they got a little bit more range, but they don't have the chip potential. And they've got line markers. Good for you. Just not enough in that weapon to make me want to play that, especially over the top of the Splash-O-Matic. Rapid Pro, great main weapon. The kit, they really did it dirty. It does not get to go much higher than this, I think, ever, until they seriously buff either Toxic Mist or Ink Vac. The Slosher Deco, you know, solid main weapon. It's fine, but also this exists and has Booyah Bomb instead of Zipcaster, and it has Line Marker, so not doing too hot. Okay. These weapons down here are weapons that do a thing, and like they are suited to that niche. They have a niche, they do a thing, but that niche sucks. And that's their problem. That the thing that they are trying to do is not doing enough to help them win games. So they do that thing well, but since that thing is not enough, these weapons don't really work. So now we've got the Kraken Roller. This is a weapon that's trying to like get behind you with the beacons and shark you, and get away with being behind you by having a Kraken that can pop if it gets into a dangerous position. The problem is that at top level, people are going to understand where beacons are, take them out quickly, and maybe even just ignore you if you try and flank for too long. Because you're not putting a lot of paint on the map. You have to be getting kills for it to be worth it, and they're going to paint defensively enough and be aware enough on the map that your ambushes are probably not going to get anything. So, it's fun. I like playing it in solo queue. It's not an option at top level that you're seeing from anybody. If you're going to see someone run a Kraken, you're going to see them running it on the 96. This is a missile spam weapon. That is all it can do. Unfortunately, they have not made it a strong enough slaying weapon that it is going to really be popping off anytime soon on that front. I keep saying, as soon as they make this weapon able to slay with the main weapon, it is suddenly one of the options that you really have to consider. Because it has the best special in the game and paints for it better than anything else in the game does. In fact, it paints for special better than almost any other weapon in the game does. Might be the single best weapon in the game at painting for special. The only other contest, I think, is the Big Swig. And getting massive missiles output would be worth it if this thing could fight to save its life, but it can't. And you have to be able to fight in this game. You don't have to be able to fight super well, but you have to at least be able to control space and keep yourself alive, and this weapon just really can't do that as far as I have seen. If I can be proven wrong, if there's some top-level, Japanese player that I haven't seen who's running this thing and, fragging out with just the main weapon, then I'll take it back, and I will tell you that it's a really solid weapon and move it up like 3 tiers at least. But I just have not seen it. Nobody has made this thing pop off that way, as far as I've been able to tell. Blah blobber. Blah 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 blah. The problem with the blah blobber is that its projectile speed is really, really, really bad. Because the projectile speed is really, really, really bad, someone with good mechanics is just not going to get hit by this very often. They're just going to move out of the way, and they're going to, paint up wherever it paints so that they don't get trapped, and, they're going to know the threat that it poses, and they're going to be able to play around it. It is not like something like a heavy, where those shots are landing immediately. And so because shots are literally dodgeable, and even if some of them hit you, you can, strategically get hit so that only some of them hit, and you're not taking full damage from that slosh, you shouldn't get a lot of kills on this weapon. What should it do? It should be able to paint a lot. But painting a lot is not enough to be a strong weapon in this game at top level. At top level, your weapon needs to be able to control space, and the space that the Blah Blobber controls is too inconsistent and too unreliable. Someone gets on top of you, yeah, sure, you could one-shot them, but there are many better weapons that slay better at that range and also paint very well. like, for example, the splash. So I don't see much of a reason to run this over any of the other anchor or pseudo-anchor options in the game. It is not a strong aggressive weapon at all, so I don't see a great use case there. But on zones, in solo queue, where the Bloblobber just gets to, slosh over the zone over and over and over and over and over again and keep the zone capped, sometimes, and especially like lower level X rank, that's going to save you games because nobody's just killing the Bloblobber or pressuring it out of position or something. They're not recognizing that getting rid of that source of paint is a win condition for your team. So, there you go. Splooshes. These guys are trying to get behind you and backcap you and like shark and flank and stuff. And the problem is that at high level, it is too easy to stop them from doing that because they have no ranged options whatsoever to help them in doing that. At least the brush can sit back and throw bombs at you. These things have a curling bomb and a killer whale. And that's about all they've got in terms of being able to attack anything at longer range than punching distance. So this thing is just going to get kited. Yes, it's fast, but with the amount of shots that you can get on this thing, even with a splatter shot before it actually gets to you, a top-level player should not lose a 1v1 against the Sploosh-O-Matic. So Vanilla Roller is a very similar story to the Vanilla Sploosh. It has a little bit more range, but a worse fire rate and much, much worse paint. So its mobility is a lot more predictable than the Splooshes are. At least the Splooshes can paint a whole area up and then you don't know where they are in it. The Roller needs somebody else to do that for them, and then they still have all the same problems. Also, their big bubbler forces them to be very stationary. They have to sit inside the bubbler to use it. So it's, powerful for holding space for a short amount of time, but it's not something that's going to get your team forward in the way that something like a Booyah Bomb, for example, can, or, missiles, or Crab Tank, or anything else of that nature. Speaking of Booyah Bomb, this is Booyah Bomb the weapon. It does not have a main, it does not have a sub, it only has Booyah Bomb. Now that's a little facetious, that's a little, incorrect in that this weapon paints a lot, but painting a lot for a special, as we have talked about with this guy and with these guys, is not enough to make a weapon valuable at top level. It needs to be able to control space. And this weapon can only control space with Booyah Bomb, which is too inconsistent despite the fact that it gets it a lot. If you get on top of this thing with any other short-range shooter, you can disrespect the heck out of it. It does not have the kill time to fight back. I would take a Splattershot Nova in a fight over an Aerospray. It's just not that good. But it gets Booyah Bomb, and so that puts it higher than this poor thing. Carbon Roller. I don't understand why you would ever run the vanilla Carbon Roller. Because if you want a Carbon Roller, you have this one that can combo with its sub-weapon to splat things faster and attack things from longer range. And, the kit makes up for the lack of range for it. With this thing, you do not have a sub that combos with it well at all. You have a Zipcaster, which is a lot less consistent. You're competing with one of the top 3 weapons in the game for the Zipcaster niche, and also with this weapon, which is significantly better for the Zipcaster niche. So, I don't see a reason why you would ever want to run this thing. It's got the same problem that the Vanilla Carbon did in Splatoon 2, where it's like, if you give another kit of Carbon a burst bomb, then it's just a better weapon. And it doesn't really even matter that much what special you give it, because it's playing around the main weapon sub-weapon combo at that point, and it's just going to be a better weapon when you use it over here. So, hopelessly outclassed, I think. I don't think we will ever see this being used over the top of a Carbon Deco, no matter what happens to this game's metagame. Luna. Another weak Zipcaster user. With Zipcaster, it does help to have a certain amount of range, because otherwise you need to get really close to hit anybody with the Zipcaster, and that's not what the Zipcaster wants to do. The Zipcaster wants to take like weird off angles that aggress you, but from an angle that forces you to look 90 degrees away from where you were trying to look. And if you don't have the range to hit them from that angle, well, it's not threatening. So this thing will only really want to zipcaster underneath ledges and hop up over the top of them and try to direct people. And if you're wise to that sort of plan, if you saw, the big glowy arm sticking to that spot, and you stay over the top of that ledge, then yeah, okay, you deserve to be splatted. But that's not something that a top-level team is going to do. Weapon doesn't paint very well at all, is relatively slow despite having a light weight because of how poorly it paints for itself with lines in front of it. Lots of end lag on those lines, and they're not going to go very far, so you have to shoot them again pretty quickly. Low fire rate, so I think that the Luna Blaster is one of the weaker main weapons in the game. Not the weakest, but it really needs a kit that is going to absolutely pop off for it, and this is not it. This Luna trades in the slightly better special of Zipcaster for the Ultra Stamp, which is not a good start, but it does get Fizzy Bomb, and Fizzy Bomb makes everything better. So it's about the same place. To answer a little bit more of what the Fizzy Bomb does for it, it is an entry tool. You can kind of use it like you would use a curling bomb. It is also something that makes up for its really lackluster paint output and might actually help it do chip damage with another weapon if you were crazy enough to try and run this in a meta composition. Okay, Ink Brush Nouveau. Ink Brush Nouveau, I again don't see a reason ever to run this over the vanilla kit. You're going to have to buff Ultra Stamp so crazily that I don't know what they're thinking in order for that to be worth it over the Killer Whale. Because the Ink Brush is one of the better users of Killer Whale in the game. And this Stamp is just not doing that much for this weapon. It's nice that it has a slightly faster kill time once the Stamp is active. Like, sometimes brushes just get out DPS'd by certain weapons when they try to attack them. And this, having the Stamp, if you're able to sneak up on someone with it, would make that not the case. So I guess that's some value. But mines are not fantastic. Trying to get behind people and put down mines behind them and backgap them and stuff is not aided super well by having the Ultra Stamp, because you're not worried about them, painting your base or something, because they're not going to get a special that's going to help them survive, and they're not going to get a special that's going to bother you all that much. So I don't know. You'd probably just rather use the other brush in general. Okay, we're getting into some real stinker territory now. Jet. Vac is not doing anything for this weapon. It's not going to try and be in a position where the Vac is going to be super helpful. I guess you can kind of farm for Vac a little bit faster, but you've got some better options for Vac. I would probably pick a Charger over this for the Vac. I guess if you really need a lot of Vacs, then maybe this is the call. Maybe I need to put this a little bit higher. But, why would you want a lot of Vacs? Vac is a very high-commitment special. Vac is a special where either it's going to help that push or you're going to die. And so a high output of these things isn't really that necessary, and during the time that you're respawning in as a Charger or something, after using a Vac, probably going to be able to get it again. And that way you have an actual bomb instead of the line marker. So there was a moment where I was like, maybe this thing can be used. But does it belong down here? I don't feel like it synergizes that well, but also it's on the high end for this tier. This weapon has a phenomenal aggressive kit and a not-so-phenomenal main weapon. I don't think the Clash Blaster is even salvageable as a main weapon. I think it is the single weakest non-Brella main weapon in the game. It's just not very good. People will tell you it has a niche in tower control. I don't think it paints well enough or fights well enough or even clears tower well enough to justify all of those problems being in one weapon. So 96, like we talked about, relatively immobile, weak main weapon. But this one doesn't have any of the nice things that the 96 gal deco gets to have, which include a splash wall, which is a sub that this weapon really likes. It has a sprinkler instead. And what is the sprinkler for? Farming ink vacs. And Inkvacs are not worth farming in this game right now. So you need your main weapon, sub-weapon to be a lot more reliable if you're going to try and run it. I don't see it. Thank you, Ari, for the donation. Celebratory $2 for Dapple Doolies being promoted. Yeah, they're like, eh. They're fine-ish. Kind of. A little bit. Probably wouldn't run them myself, but... Yeah. They're better than these things. H3 is what I named this tier after. I don't know what they were thinking that this weapon would be able to do. It is one of the more passive main weapons in the game, but they gave it a special that is for allowing weapons to go in and feed. And they gave it a sub-weapon that doesn't do any damage, so it can't combo in case you miss any shots. So you're just stuck with having to 3-shot people with an H3, and that's the way that you have to play this weapon. And you don't get all that much else for it. So why not just play a squeezer if you're going to go for that? Why not get a special that functions and a better main weapon still, one that paints better, and I don't know if it actually paints better. I know H3 paints decently well, like it used to be an armor farm weapon in Splatoon 2, so maybe that's wrong. But it's better. Use this one. Okay, and that brings us to the absolute bottom of the barrel. Like I said, I think Clash Blaster is one of the absolute worst main weapons in the game, and this one doesn't actually have a good kit. It has a curling bomb. What are you trying to do getting in with a curling bomb as a Clash Blaster? It's going to be the most linear trail ever. You can't paint anything more for yourself once you get there, so it's just that line that you get to move in. Very, very predictable. And when you get there, it's not even like you can just one-shot them like you can with the vanilla roller. You're just like stuck trying to double direct them or hit them around a corner or something, which if you're running forward with a curling bomb, how are you getting around corners? There's not anything going for it, and Super Chump is not a strong enough special for it to be worth using for that reason. Even if you were trying to get Super Chump, why am I blurry? Even if you were trying to get Super Chump, you would run this thing. So, no reason for you to ever pick this. Snipe Rider is another argument for one of the weakest main weapons in the game. They did buff it recently so that it will combo with a 35 damage hit, which is nice. But Sprinkler Tacticaler is a kit that dooms a lot of weapons, and this one is included in that. It is, again, a non-aggressive weapon that has been given a Tacticaler, which is a really poor fit for it. And it's going to be playing from far back enough that you don't want that player to be the one who's dropping the cooler. You want the cooler to get dropped closer to mid so that people can run up to it, grab the drink from closer to where they want to fight, and have that buff for longer while they're actually involved in the fight. So the main weapon gets bullied by basically every backliner in the game. The special is definitely not a priority, and the sub-weapon is only beneficial for farming that special. It's not a good weapon. Aerospray. Everyone knows how I feel about the Aerospray, one of the weakest main weapons in the game, and it has been given a Reef Slider to farm. So the one thing that it does really well, which is paint, isn't going towards a special that does anything for it. This weapon does not want to get in. It does not want to try and Reef Slider onto zone or something like that. That's how it dies. The only thing that this weapon's really going to want to do is Fizzy Bomb spam, and you know what else Fizzy Bomb spams? One of the best weapons in the entire game for the entire duration of the game's meta. Do not recommend running this for basically any purpose. Turf war, competitive play of any kind, it's not solid. There's nothing there. And then we have the Brellas. Tent is one of those weapons that I might put above these guys, I think. Maybe. I don't know. It's like, this would be so good if it worked. This would be so fine if it worked. It would be so good if it worked and it had something other than Inkvac. The problem is they don't work. The problem is latency causes so many issues where you get shot through the shield that it's like, why do I even have a shield at all? Why am I bothering with all of these downsides of the low fire rate, the relatively mediocre paint output, slow time to kill, the kits that are definitely not that great? What am I doing with any of those if I don't even get to have the shield too? Inkvac you don't want ink vac on a lot of weapons, and this is one of the weapons that, you know, has a shield already. So what else is that adding to it, really? Tri-strike. Like I've said, I've soured on Tri-strike a little bit recently. I've been moving to other options besides the Tenditech and the Rapid Deco. And that part of that is because of Tri-strike. That was the one good thing that this had going for it. And here's the thing about, you know, even just the Tri-strike with Rapid, or not the Rapid Deco, what am I saying? It's just T-Tech. With T-Tech, it was Torpedo that I was souring on with this. I'm confusing my own stories. With T-Tech, remember I said you can throw bomb, Tri-strike, 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 bomb. With the Brella, you can throw sprinkler, and then Tri-strike, 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 and then sprinkler. I don't know what the first sprinkler is doing for you, but you can throw it. Might as well if you're going to get the ink tank refresh, right? That's not worth anywhere near as much. It's 60% of the special that the Tenditech Splatter Shot has. So even that, the strongest aspect of the kit, I think, of any of the three Brellas, and it's very mediocre. And then the Undercover Brella is the worst of all worlds. It has a sub that does not really work with it very well at all. It has a special that is just a I want to get splatted button. It has one of the weakest main weapons in the game. Not the weakest, but one of the weakest, which shreds off of very low damage thrown at it. One of the things that's nice for this weapon is that it's not as shreddable, given that there are fewer lethal bombs that are in the metagame now. So that means it gets to last a little bit longer, but it still moves fairly slowly. Its damage is still absolutely pitiful, and the shield is still too weak for it to really function as a, like, shield skirmisher or anything like that. So if I have to pick the absolute worst weapon in the entire game, it's probably between these two. I don't know. Maybe this is giving too much credit to the other Brellas. But oh man, this one, I'm going to do this. I'm going to give these two Brellas some grace. They're still in the bottom tier, but I think that these two are worse than those two Brellas. But this one's probably still the worst weapon in the entire game. All right. So, there's your tier list. We'll go from top to bottom here, and I'll go ahead and post this in the Discord server once I've got that all set up. So, that's what I'm thinking. Like I said before, but didn't get too much of a chance to say. In terms of like top level competitive play, I don't expect to see weapons that are below this tier right here. These are the weapons that I would say, like, the very best players in the world. These are the ones they're probably able to run, and anything below that, it's probably an affectation. They could probably do better somewhere else. I could see maybe brush bumping up a little bit, just if you're like a brush one trick and that's the only thing you play, but I think it needs more flank routes. Squeezer also might be a little bit underrated here. And a lot of people have been saying they like the Neo Splash, but again, my misgivings on Tri-Strike are making me keep it down. So that's about where those go. This one would be better if not for this being in the game. This, I guess if you can hit your shots, fine, use it occasionally. I know we've seen Ice use that before. But in terms of like a weapon that you're going to main, I'd say these are the ones that I see the most likely to be successful there. Alrighty. So, how long was that? Hour and a half or something? We can cut that down. That's a video. We don't have to split that up. I don't know. Maybe I should split it up. I know Chara does that. It's probably better for the metrics. I've already done the whole thing on stream, though. Everyone who wanted to watch it on live has been able to see all of it. Might as well just put it all out there in one place. timestamp everything, make it easier to find stuff. All right. Hello, Krylie and Slydra. Okay. Splitting equals more views. Views are not really the metric that matters the most. You're really looking for like watch time and people staying on that one video and watching multiple ads on that one video. That's kind of what matters. So. Splat Charger is down here. And like, there are like very, very few situations that I would see anyone ever wanting to use it. But like maybe there's a niche in some very bizarre scenario. Like maybe like this one spot on Eeltail Rainmaker on the left in the unpaintable turf, where you're trying to get a Rainmaker, you know, to squeak through a few more points. I guess there it kind of makes some sense. There are a few places where Ink Fact does something. So maybe if that's really important to your team, then you pull one out there, because maybe you have a Charger main who just doesn't feel like the E-Leader's working, or they want to have a bomb. I don't know. It's like, I could see it. Would I recommend it? Maybe not. I watch all the ads. Oh, my favorite viewer. Do you think Dynamo could go up when gold gets released? It depends entirely on the kit. This Dynamo's kit is trash. It is not good for it. Give it like Splat Bomb missiles or Splat Bomb Booyah or something, and all of a sudden we're like, ooh, okay, this is a spooky thing now. Four-hour video essay on Splatoon when? I mean, I have to have a topic for it, and I have to spend the time to actually put that together. Biggest drops were definitely C Junior and VDS, yeah. I've been very disillusioned about Torpedo, and I'm just not seeing anyone try and run dually squelchers. It's insane how low those have dropped. Because, like, this thing used to be like a top tier in Splatoon 2, and it has a good special, and it has a good kit, and it just, like, has not been seeing any use at all. And the way that FLC explained it on his tier list, I think makes a lot of sense, that the maps are just not designed well for it. You put, again, you make every map like the Reef, and this is, like, up here. At least. But it's not able to do things, the things that it wants to do. Make a Balloonist tier so the Glooga Gang can have a win. I mean, it's got some red in it, though. Like, definitely beaten out by, like, the Dapples, the Tri-Slosher. I think the Tri-Slosher has less yellow than it has red, right? And it doesn't have any white, either. You're looking at, like, L3. I don't know. It's got a lot of competition for blueness. Oh, and the Tri-Nouveau has even less blue than that. Or has even less non-blue than that. So, yeah, I don't know about that one. It's not a top tier. It's probably like an A tier in the blueness category. How confident do you feel about teaching commentating for Splatoon? I've done that for some people before. I think I have some insights that I can share on that. A Gloonist tier then. Okay. You got me there, the Gloogadoolies. Definitely. I was about to say eat the most glue, but that was going to be mean. Your video on Zero's callouts made the concept of playing with a team and not like solo queue click in my brain. Tried out for Aquatic Vanguard and made it. First comp team. Good stuff. That's a high-level team to jump to for your first one. And that video, I think, really helped me. There we go. Everybody watch the video on Zero's callouts. Anybody who has ever wanted to get into competitive. That is, in my opinion, one of the best videos that I have put out, and it was like one of the least viewed. If you want to figure out how coordinated competitive play works, what the difference is between solo queue and playing on the mic, that is the video I would send you to. So, how to commentary video? Interesting. Okay, that'd be something to think about. I definitely have some things to weigh in on with that. So that's a good video idea for me. Thank you for that. I actually have one coming out pretty soon on some basic tournament organizing concepts. I'm explaining tournament formats. So if you've ever wondered what the difference is between single limb, double limb, what Swiss really is, what round robin is, I explained those concepts in that video. So that's on the way. I've been thinking of trying to like spend some time on teaching the like auxiliary roles, you know, outside of how to be a better player. Here's how you are a better commentator, how you're a better tournament organizer. I guess I could talk about like moderation as well. That wouldn't be too off, I don't think. I don't know, because if you put out resources about how to moderate outside of the community that you actually moderate, now, you know, the bad actors know your tactics. So maybe that's not as good of an idea. But why is Flingza so high? Isn't it zones only at this point? I mean, because you're probably running like one of these two instead. But either of those are not in your weapon pool. It's the third best weapon in the game. Like, the problem is that like this weapon is in a role that is occupied by so many other good weapons where you only really want one of that role. But it gets missiles, and it's the premier missiles weapon, and it can fight with those missiles. I still think it's really good. I just think that it's... people are considering these other ones because maybe some of them are tired of Flingza. You know, they hated being forced off their weapon onto Flingza. Stamper is starting to come into its own. I still think it's a cut above the rest of these. How to commentary video? Okay, yeah. I'll have to check that out then. Have to get writing that. Why isn't Wiper any higher? I think that Tetras are a better main weapon than Wiper, and I think that both of their kits suck, so I think the Tetras end up winning out. Hi there, kitty cat. Why is T-Tech so low? Tri-Strike... I'm not getting the results from it that I would want out of a displacement special like that. And I think that it's... FLC thinks that it's like absolute trash right now. FLC is like dropping those weapons to the Shadow Realm. I don't think they're that bad, but I definitely think that I'm seeing more success out of the V-Shot right now than I'm seeing out of the T-Tech. I'm seeing more out of the 52, definitely seeing more out of this guy than I'm seeing out of the T-Tech. People say that, like, Tri-Strike is a valuable anti-crab thing, which is, like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Because if you're throwing a Tri-Strike at a crab, even if you throw every one of the three at the crab, and the crab has to move from all three of them, all you're doing is shortening the duration of the crab by, like, 4 seconds, and then it gets to keep being a crab after all of that goes down. It just doesn't seem like it's worth it to just throw it at the crab. You want to be using it to displace enemy players. And the better and better that people get, the less the tri-strikes are doing in terms of slaying or even forcing people out of position. At least if you throw a Booyah Bomb at a choke point, it covers the entire choke point, and everyone has to move out of that choke point. With a tri-strike, you can often just find a random corner to hide in, and it doesn't actually do that much. There are definitely some use cases for it. Like, one thing that was really nice about it back when Kraken was something you could cheese with was that it actually could keep someone off the tower reliably in that way. But it doesn't even do that anymore. So now it's just like, I'd rather use any of those three short-range shooters over it. Doesn't Stamp have a lot of synergy with Wiper? It has synergy, but Ultra Stamp is just not that redeemable a special until it's way safer to use. You basically have to like shark with it, or you have to throw it, because the just stamping the hammer down on the ground repeatedly thing is going to get you shot every time. So it's really hard to play around. the main weapon is by far the biggest selling point on the Wiper. But it has a really slow kill time compared to the Tetradulies. And the Tetradulies have a pretty slow kill time themselves. But they're more mobile during the fight. Wiper is just more mobile at, like, getting in and out of fights. Now, there is an argument, and I think it's a good one, that the Wiper beats the Tetras in the 1v1. But I don't think you're necessarily trying to fight each other, that you're trying to be more of a distraction and draw the enemy team away as either of those weapons. So I don't know how much that matters. That's definitely one of the hotter takes, I think, on this tier list, putting Tetras above Wiper here, because I don't know that there are that many people who agree with me on that. I think Ultra Stamp is either going to be broken or impossibly weak. I think those are the only two things that it can ever be. Just by nature of it being a melee range special and being vulnerable while you're attacking with it. Am I not able to cheer bits if I don't see an option? Yeah, so on Twitch, I'm not affiliate. Because if I were affiliated, I would need to give up streaming simultaneously to YouTube. And I don't want to do that. I make more money on YouTube than I do on Twitch anyway. So it's not even really worth it to me. Thank you for the renewed membership, Jules. Wee! Squid, welcome to Squid Friend. Squid Friend is the name of the tier of supporter I have on YouTube memberships. Think I'm going to try Tetras. I use Dapples. Yes, absolutely do. Tetras are a very good main weapon. And they're one of the few weapons where you can play too aggressively and just be like, oh, well, just Tetra things. Haha. You know, it's a weapon where you do have to play disciplined to get value out of it, but you can just hold forward and go for fights that no other weapon can go for, and it's really fun. Which is cutest weapon? I think it's C Junior, and I stand by that choice that I made in the Silly Comp Sunday that once. Bring the frog back? Okay, we can visit the frog one more time real quick. Where is Frog? Froggy, where'd you go? Oh, he's not on this scene. One second. I can fix this. Here is Frog. Here he is. Hello, Frog. There you go. There was your frog time. Is V ink brushes placement due primarily to map design? Absolutely. You know, we put the reef back in the game, and I could put it up definitely one tier, maybe even 2 tiers. Should Crab be nerfed more? They kind of opened Pandora's box, putting such a strong kit on the Splash-O-Matic. Because until they nerf Crab into the ground, Splash-O-Matic is just going to be really good. But there are other weapons that have Crab that are really weak. And they're not going to get any help from that. So it's a catch-22. I don't know what they should do with Crab. I think that Crab could use to be nerfed a little bit more. But there's a good argument that Missiles is a stronger special at this point. And it's just not on a good weapon kit to abuse it, really. Why is Octobrush placed so low? It's competing with Stamper for the Zipcaster niche. Stamper's the 3rd best weapon in the game, so it's going to have problems there. And there aren't that many people who are really trying to push it. I could see it being a tier up. Do I want to put it a tier up? Because in the West, it's like Red Shell, and every so often, maybe occasionally Chara, for like very specific map modes. And then I know there's like one top player in Japan that runs it. I think those are the only ones that I really know. There's just a lot of alternatives that people are considering. So you can make it work if you're cracked, but like nobody's trying to. Recommendations for Splat Elite players to watch. Oh man, I know that there was a Japanese player who was playing at top level with him, running him in tandem with, is it like Ku or something? KU? I forget. I don't know North American players who are running it. Like, Western players are generally just going for splash, so I don't know. Should I, as a Beluga, flex the Tetris? Sure. Very different playstyle. Vastly different playstyle. But the mechanics will feel pretty good going from one to the other. You'll also have to get used to the roll distance, which is possibly challenging. I don't know. There's a lot to consider there. Ideas of top ballpoint players to watch other than new meta? So there's new meta. I think Barry from Seafoam has played ballpoint. Lux has played ballpoint. So those are a few people to watch. Top player in Japan that plays Tentabrella? I haven't heard of him. But I would definitely be interested in seeing how that's supposed to work. All right. Well, you think that if the crab situation got too dire, they would simply change the vanilla splash kit? There's no precedent for them ever doing that for any of the Splatoon weapons, no matter how strong they get. I don't think they're going to do that. Any Japanese carbon players? I'm not super well read on Japanese players. It's just a language barrier thing. It's hard for me to find them. And when I'm going to watch a tournament, I'm probably going to watch like a tournament and want to be able to see players that I recognize, be able to hear commentary and learn things from that. So a lot of the time I'm going to prefer watching top level Western play, and I'm not going to see as much of the Japanese scene, again, just because of the language barrier. So if you want analysis of that, FLC is a pretty good person to talk to about that sort of thing, because FLC ends up playing with a lot of top-level Japanese players because he plays on the Australian servers. So even before you could just join the Japanese server, he was already there and getting familiar with them. How not to overslosh with try. I'll rapid fire the button and not be able to move because I'm stuck in place. Fire as many sloshes as you need to, and then stop. What would you say, without kits being included, strongest weapon would be? Oh, okay, so strongest main weapon? That's a whole other tier list. You know, Chara made one of those. Possibly Squeezer. There's an argument. Nautilus is pretty good. Is E-Leader up there? Situationally E-Leader. Maybe one of the Splatanas, honestly. Tetradulies are also up there. Top god tier Squiffer, maybe? I don't know. That's about all I could see up there. Ballpoint is another good argument. I didn't think about that one. Yeah, Fling's I don't know. We're not seeing a lot of use out of this right now. This is a very generous placement for it based on how much it's actually been getting used. But I still think it's really good. And I think that, like, The problem is that these weapons get to have their own niches, and you can run as many of these as you want. You can only really run like one of these, one of these, one of these on a comp. And the fact that all 3 of these are so good and all competing for the same spot, this one gets boxed out a lot of the time. But I don't know. Looking at like 3 splash plus this, I like that better than 3 splash plus like one of these guys, I think. L3 plus Burst Bomb is a really strong combination. Like, we've seen a lot of very strong use of that, particularly from Japanese players in Splatoon 2. And then it only had Inkjet, which is not a mandatory special on that weapon either. And we're seeing, I think this is a generous place for a lot of the weapons down here. Like, I'd say like the bottom 5 here, I would definitely not be too upset if you dropped it a tier lower for all 5 of them. Yeah, hammer's no good. But a functioning main sub-weapon combo that can contest a lot of different weapons is pretty solid for it. What puts heavy over E-liter? Mobility is the main thing right now. E-liter is very positioning dependent and very map dependent because there are some maps where it just can't move forward as much as another weapon can. And the heavy has the mobility to be able to take positions where an E-liter can't see it. All right. I'm going to call it there. I need to go and get some more food. I had a little bit to eat already, but it was not a sufficient dinner. I must have more. I've been working out more recently, so I'm starting to get hungry and hungrier as time goes on. So I'll get, not anywhere near. I'll keep all the Q&A and stuff out of it, but I'll get a version of the tier list edited up with timestamps and everything on YouTube for those who missed part of it or want to go back and hear the reasoning for it. And, my opinions might change pretty quickly after I see some tournament results because it's been a minute and a lot of teams have disbanded. And so there might be some results that I'm missing that would change the way that I see it. But for now, I think this is where I stand on it. So, all right. Bye, everybody. Let's go and raid out. Who are we going to raid? Let's see here. Ooh, K-Bot. Why am I not following K-Bot? What? What is this blasphemy? All right, we're raiding K-Bot. End of story. K-Bot is very good. We like K-Bot in these parts. Here are the links that I have if you want to click on my links and find more stuff that I make or give me money. Then you can do that here. The Patreon lets you vote on the Silly Comp Sundays comps, and the Medify lets you get private lessons, so that's what you would get in return for giving me money. Also, a quick announcement, everybody, there will be Wacky Comp Wednesdays tomorrow, because we weren't able to do Silly Comp Sunday this week, but I've got the folks that we need to do Wacky Comp Wednesday, so all of the comps that were voted on this week have not gone to waste. We will be playing them tomorrow. So we'll see you on stream again there. Thanks, everybody. Let's go and say hi to K-Bot. And for those of you who are on YouTube and need to be transitioned over to the Twitch, twitch.tv/Kbot. Boom. Click on that link and you will be able to follow us. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.